Happy? If you are happy to be here, turn around and say to the person next to you, I'm happy to be here. I didn't hear you very well. Okay, thank you very much. So, on behalf of the Dean, I'm welcoming you to today's Africa Retail Congress. And I'll start off to welcome you by saying welcome in different languages. Please identify your language here. Which languages do you recognize here? Yeah? All the African languages, right? Practically all of them. So, you are welcome. Please, if you can identify your language here, you can see me later and we'll add it. Okay? So, thank you. Interestingly, I have a short story for you to kick off why we're doing this Congress. And it goes this way. So there's this lady from Edo State who, and this is a real life story, so I'm not cooking this up. I know some people are from Edo State here because once I mentioned Edo, some eyes lit up. But the story is that this lady started a restaurant. She didn't go to school and she didn't train anywhere, but she was very keen on starting a restaurant in Edo State. Now, the signboard she had said, we sell meat pipe instead of meat pie. We sell sandwich instead of sandwich. And we sell Scottish egg instead of what? Scotch egg. Interesting. Sounds funny, right? Now, this was a very streetwise woman. Didn't go to school, didn't come to the Africa Retail Congress for anything. And then, she was able to send her daughter to Harvard to do her MBA through her street wisdom. When her daughter came back from Harvard, her daughter, you know, some of you, I know you are Harvard. Are you any Harvard graduates in the room? Please raise your hand. Anyone? Nobody? Okay. One thing I know of, or I've heard of Harvard graduates is that they like to make you know they are from Harvard, you know. So they like to drop terminologies like working capital management and some other big terms. So Adesua came back from Harvard and she went into her mom's restaurant and said, Mom, with her accent, you know, you have to, even if you don't have it, you have to pretend you have an accent, right? So Mom, there's no working capital, this, that. So her mother just looked at her and said, there's nothing you can tell me. If what I'm doing helped me raise enough money to send you to Harvard, there must be something about it. Then the mother took her into an inner room she had not seen before and showed her two boxes, one green box and one red box. In the green box, she said, you see this green box? This is where I take record of those that are owing me money, my creditors. And you see this red box? That is where I take note of those I'm owing. And the way I run my business is that I know the green box at any time should have more than the red box. It's very interesting, right? That somebody at that level, without necessarily having the formal education, is able to run the retail business. And that takes me to something I would like to use to begin this conversation. Retail is not just buying and selling. Retail is not just about transactions. Retail is also a mindset, a way of looking at the consumer, a way of being with the consumer, a way of connecting and engaging the consumer. And I think that is one thing we should take away as we start the conversations for today. Retail is not just about buying and selling. And if you try to see retail more as a mindset, it opens up possibilities for you. You begin to see barriers, challenges as opportunities for growth. And that is what we are presenting today in today's Congress, to open up for you things which ordinarily you may say are problems, are hindrance to succeeding in retail, and show you how you can transform those same challenges into big-time opportunities. Jackpot is real. How many people have had a friend or relative leave Nigeria in the last 1 year? I'm only seeing like 6 out of, oh, okay, many more. Yeah, good. Now, we may sit back, those of us that are here, sit back and say, oh, Nigeria is a terrible place, and I can't wait to leave. Or we may say, hey, let's step back and ask ourselves, what opportunity is coming out of this? One LinkedIn post I made just a few days ago shows, from the research we've been checking, that diaspora remittances have overtaken foreign direct investments in Nigeria. That's interesting. If that is happening, where should we be channeling those investments to ensure that the growth we want to see happens? So these and some other things we'll be sharing today in the Congress is going to be very exciting. You can see it's an action-packed list of speakers, very world-class speakers. There will be insights. There will be a research book called African Stories launched today, very exciting, on case studies of what's happening in the retail space, especially hospitality. And there will also be the, should we say, unfolding of a national retail policy framework for Nigeria, the first draft of it, powered by the Africa Retail Academy. And I would dare say this is one of the first of Africa, because our idea is to kick this off so that other African countries can follow. Should you clap to that? Thank you. And so, closing this, of course, again, these are those who participated in putting that framework together, the first draft, so we recognize them for their great work. And to close this, I would like you to keep 3 things in mind. If you want to get the very best from today's conference, 3 things are important. 1, open your mind to new knowledge, new ideas, to question your previous assumptions about retail and even about Nigeria and Africa. Open your mind. So competence in opening your mind is important. The second one, be ready to collaborate. Be ready to meet with people. There are a lot of interesting people in the room. So even if you can meet 2 or 3 today before you leave, I think that would be a great target to achieve. And don't just meet them. Try to build a community of practice around you. If we're able to do that, we will transform the barriers into opportunities. So once again, on behalf of the Dean of Lagos Business School, I would like to say welcome to our Africa Retail Congress, and I hope you enjoy yourself today. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Professor Uchenna Uzo. Thank you so much for that welcome address, very informative. First thing I learned was how to say welcome in various languages. At least I'd say that I know 2 more languages now. And then I found most instructive your phrase, retail is not just about buying and selling, it is a mindset. And a mindset that focuses on the customer perception of value. When that value begins to shift, which would really suggest as well that we're always following the customer data. So that's already something we already have in our bag, and we haven't even started the main conference. So another round of applause for Professor Uchenna Uzo, Faculty Director here at Lagos Business School. Okay. So moving on now, we'll have the welcome address by a renowned faculty here at the Lagos Business School, who also doubles as the Congress Chair. So we would have Professor Louis Nzegu give us the welcome address. A round of applause for Professor Nzegu.
Once again, thank you, Professor Ozo, on your opening address. Once again, thank you, Professor Ozo, on your warm opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2nd edition of African Congress. I'm honored to stand before such a distinguished audience of suppliers, manufacturers, retail-facing and non-facing team members, retail leaders and owners, academics and government officials from across Africa. Before I dive into details, let's take a moment to give ourselves a hearty round of applause. Yes, right now, let's celebrate the incredible work we have all collectively accomplished in the retail sector. Keep on clapping. For those late nights burning the midnight oil to put together those sales reports deserve a standing ovation. For the times you willingly traded the comfort of your cozy home, and for the wild adventure of the road, sea, and air in the pursuit of retail excellence. Today, we gather to address the challenges and opportunities facing African retail industry under the theme, Transforming Retail Barriers to Opportunities. Today, before we delve into the heart of this conference, I want to set the stage by presenting some food of thought, a collection of key points that will ignite our discussions. As we all know, African retail industry faces many obstacles, from poor infrastructure to energy crisis, supply chain bottlenecks, skills shortages, and pressure in consumer spending. By recognizing these barriers and exploring how they can be overcome, we can pave the way for a thriving retail landscape in Africa. One key fact about retail in Africa is the dominance of the informal sector. In Nigeria, for example, over 600 small retailers account for 97% of national sales. Traditional retailers still account for 82% of sales in Morocco. In Egypt, more than 120 small grocers and kiosks account for 75% of retail sales. Informal retail, which includes open-air markets and street vendors, such as lacks of infrastructure, formal regulation, and standardized business practices, while informal retail is an important source of income for many Africans. It faces limitations in terms of capability, supply chain efficiency, and consumer experience. Similarly, infrastructure deficiency poses significant challenges for the retail sector in Africa. Poor transmission networks, unreliable power supply, and limited warehousing facility hamper supply chain efficiency, increased costs, and impaired market access. On the other hand, supply chain infrastructure and tracking capabilities might be limited in some regions in Africa. The lack of visibility can make it difficult for retailers to monitor the movement of goods through the supply chain and anticipate potential issues. For instance, African rail transport is below 20% for total freight transport volume, and there are inadequate road networks in the 16 landlocked nations in Africa. Bottlenecks can lead to delays in delivery of goods to retailers, resulting in product shortages and stock out on shelves. This is in turn can lead to lost sales, opportunity, and dissatisfied customers. Small retailers in Africa who may lack the resources and bargaining power of large chains can be particularly vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. They might find it harder to secure alternative sources of supply or negotiate better shipping terms, potentially affecting their ability to compete with large retailers. In addition, inflation and low consumer spending in Africa negatively impact retailers by causing a decline in sale and profit margins, thus leading to inventory management challenges and cash cow issues. For instance, food prices, which account for about 70% of consumer spending in the region, are rising rapidly. To address these challenges, retailers may need to focus on cost optimizations, operational efficiency, diversification, product offerings. Transforming infrastructure efficiency into opportunity will require targeted investment in transportation, energy, and warehouse structures. E-commerce and digital technology have the potential to revolutionize the retail landscape in Africa. But without widespread connectivity, internet penetration in Africa is estimated to be 36% of 470 million people online. And digital skills mean retailers are unable to harness this tool effectively. These are indeed formidable barriers of the retail industry, but where others see barriers, we see opportunities, and this incredible opportunity will be uncovered during this conference. We are confident that today's discussion will provide valuable insights, solutions to promise retail development in Africa, We have an outstanding lineup of speakers, including CEOs, public sector and retail professionals, and seasoned academics representing the continent who will discuss growth enablers such as retail policy, technology, data, effective people management, and partnership. As retail professionals, I'm sure you can all relate to this. Why did the consumer bring a ladder to the store? Because they had the price have gone through the roof. Now, that's before that particular smile. Let's get down to business of the day. Let us get started and working together to transform Africa retail barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference or this congress is brought to you by a dedicated team of workers under the LBS and under the umbrella of Africa Academy. I regret to inform you that one of the team members passed away, last week, Thursday, in terms of the name of Deborah Tuwaladi. May we please rise up and a moment of silence, remember her. May the soul of Deborah rest in perfect peace. Thank you very much. Thank you, and let the conference begin.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think he deserves another round of applause, so please put your hands together for him once again. Thank you very much, Prof, for setting the tone for the day. Now that we have received the formal welcome from the Lagos Business School, it is time to acknowledge a special group of people within the auditorium today. Now that we have received that formal welcome, there is such a special batch of people within the hall today, and these are people who are captain of industries and trailblazers across several sectors who have made out time to be here today. So if you look to your left or to your right, there's a VIP seated right beside you. So please turn to someone by your left or your right and just welcome them with a smile. You could compliment their hair, you could compliment their looks. Just say hello, welcome somebody to the Africa Retail Congress today. You can go further by asking for their names, organizations they work with, what they do. You can also extend it to someone that's in front of you or someone behind you. The major essence we are here is also to network. So please, just say hello to someone seated beside you. Yeah, somebody's already exchanging complimentary cards. You never know. Thank you very much, everyone. I think you all deserve a round of applause for making out time to be here today. So please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. Now, if you look around today, the entire Retail Congress has been put together by a specific team here at the Lagos Business School. And of course, we couldn't have done all of this without our able partners who have also supported this. So we would like to acknowledge our official partners, Nairametrics. Please put your hands together for them. We also like to appreciate Nestle, Foodco, Sundry Markets, Market Square, First Bank of Nigeria, Slot, Celebrations, MTN, Terragon, and Omni Retail. Please put your hands together for them once again. So right now we'll be taking a look at the screen while we have a look at all our sponsors for today.
Welcome you all to the Made in
sound of empty streets. Yesterday is gone to sleep. So all that's left is you and me. I can promise you're the only thing I see. Hold my hand and hear the words I say. Close your eyes and let us fade away. Build a secret place for you and me. Let our minds be caught up in a dream.
very much. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for being here at the Africa Retail Congress 2023. It's also a great thing that we've now made warm welcome to each other, and we're now more acquainted with the people in the room. And so we'll be moving swiftly on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Keynote Address. And it's titled, Overcoming Africa's Retail Barriers, policy and regulations. And to deliver this address, we have in our midst Haresh Keswani. Haresh is the CEO RT Group. He's an Indian-born Nigerian who moved to Lagos in the early 80s. And over the past 42 years, he's gone through many phases on his journey from a single supermarket of only 120 meters to becoming a dominant player in the retail industry. He operates under the Spar brand, one of the world's leading retailers. Haresh equally advocates that every leader be legacy-minded and focus on the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome to give the keynote address Haresh Keswani, CEO RT Group.
Good morning very much to all of you. And sorry I'm a little late due to, I believe, a marathon which was just announced yesterday. So one couldn't plan that. So the information came in very late. So I want to thank Louis for inviting me to come and say a few words. And I hope I can see a lot of people still walking in. So where does one begin the story of retail? What do we know about retail? Why are we interested in retail? We need to get these answers first, because without these answers, we would not be able to understand what are the gaps we are trying to fill. I was requested by Louis to address two very important points. Number one was what legislative changes will promote retail development and growth in Africa. And second point was how can effective people management and environmentally friendly retail practices support business opportunities. So I understand, could somebody join me in identifying who the retailers are here amongst all of us? Could you please raise your hands? I can't see hands. All right, not many. Then the next question would be, all those who did not raise their hands, how many of you want to be retailers? So, Louis, I just see in total 20 hands. So then the question is to be asked, what are we doing here? The rest who did not lift your hands. Free lunch? Now that's where the problem is. We want free lunch. Retail, honestly, is for people who love to serve. Retail is all about service. So the two words I picked from these two questions, which was what kind of support we can get from legislative arm of the government to develop retail. So the word I will pick here is development. And the second one is that effective people, how we can manage to seize this opportunity. So I'll take the second word, opportunity. And I'm going to switch these words, opportunity first and then development later. So what is the opportunity of retail in Nigeria? Who is to identify this? Is it us? Or is it the economic drivers from the government? When I came here in '79, and I experienced the most modern retail in Nigeria, and I was told it is the #1 retail setup in the whole of African continent. We had huge stores like Kingsway, UTC, and what else? Can somebody remind me of the names? Leventis, that's right. Maloney, Boatsons, Chandrais, and you name them. Nigeria was far more advanced in modern retail in the late 70s and early 80s. And where do we stand today? We are nowhere on the radar. And we claim to be the largest economy. We claim to be the most intellectual among the Africans in terms of professionalism. We make a lot of claims, but where are we in reality? Let's just take retail because the subject is retail. We have come down. Now I'll tell you why the first generation retail died. Does anyone remember the first retail's death? None of those brands exist. What was the reason that the first generation retail died? And my memory is still very, very clear that in the late 70s, early 80s, Nigeria was an import economy. Everything was imported. There was hardly anything manufactured in Nigeria. So government decided, put a ban and allow manufacturing development to happen. And that's a right decision, so there's no fault in that. So what happened? Most of the retail companies didn't have stock to sell because they couldn't import, and they had to depend on the local manufacturers to start manufacturing. But what really went, where was the focus in the early 80s was manufacturing for the masses. And is that a right policy? Obviously it is a right policy. You need to feed the masses. So when you want to feed the masses, what do? You start identifying products which are basic needs. Basic needs. For most of the population, in fact, everyone needs those basic needs. And thus came up factories for Peak Milk, Bonvita, Maggie Cubes. Beer industry was quite successful, by the way. Yes, Nigerians, we had great beer factories, Star, Gulda, and all that, even in the 70s. So this continuation of pursuing manufacturing as a policy was great policy. But what did we see? Other countries like South Africa also took a similar stride. They also went into manufacturing basics. But in Nigeria, the manufacturers have stopped producing goods up to basic needs only. And they haven't gone beyond that. If today Nestle wants to invest more money, guess what? In yet another plant to do Maggie Cubes is to grow volumes. They're not making Maggie soups, ready soups for you to consume. Cadbury's wants to put another plant for Bonvita, but they don't want to make you a Cadbury's chocolate. What the government has missed out is they continuously believe that 180, 200 million, whatever numbers we claim we are, to be just basic need consumers. They have forgotten, even if it is 20% of 40 million, And even if it is 15% of 30 million, it's a big enough population to consume products beyond basic. But there comes a twist. But these products which are beyond basic may not be sold in the open markets. So it's a catch-22 situation. I want to produce the best chocolates and ice creams, but I need modern retail to sell them. I flew in day before yesterday. Guess what? The flight was full. With these fancy fares of 2 million naira economies and 8 million naira for business class, the flights were full. Flights were full. And people came in with baggages and baggages, excess baggages, carrying heavy bags in their hand. At the boarding gates, fights that you cannot carry this on board. And you know that we Nigerians are the best when we want to come back to our country. We show our power. You can't do anything now. I'm going back to my country. Is it not so? And we are in the best behavior when we want to enter another country. Good morning, thank you, please, and you behave very well. Because you don't want them to throw you out. So we have this full personality where we can switch on and off. Y'all are laughing, is it not true? So where am I? We have to inform the government to wake up. Because the dollars which we are spending to go to the United States, to Europe, to Middle East and bring chocolates, to bring biscuits, to bring clothes, to bring all this stuff. Why are we not manufacturing locally? Why are the companies not thinking about it? So let me just tell you, this conversation has been held by me with many manufacturers and the CEOs. What do they say? Build us a platform where we can sell our products and we will start manufacturing. It's a catch-22. How do we do this? How do we build platforms and wait for them to happen? How can the government say, okay guys, while you are building, you import and you start building your market, and then in the 3 years' time, these products will not be brought in again because we'll have be locally sufficient. Why this conversation is not happening? Why is the manufacturer, the government and retail not sitting together and figure out how we can feed the 30 million people who we claim have the buying power? In the whole United Arab Emirates, the population is about 6-7 million, including expatriates. Do you know how many retail shops are there? The world's biggest malls. That's why we Nigerians love to go till these guys decided not to give us visas. But the moment visas come, I'm sure most of us can even willing to go on a bicycle to Dubai till the flight start. So yeah, let's start now. We have the visa. We Nigerians are aspirational. We love good things. We enjoy spending our money. We are not a saving culture. But what is hurting this economy is that we spend our hard-earned money not in this country. We spend abroad. And I promise you, I came in day before yesterday with a 17-kilo bag. I refuse to shop. I believe we have everything here. Except for medication sometimes, which are prescribed and not available here. Everything else I buy here. I cannot believe to see my brothers and sisters at airports spending their last dollar at the duty free. Oh yeah, let me finish this money. I need to carry. The guy is struggling, the lady is struggling. She's not able to manage with all the bags, and a couple of them even have kids on their back. And I wonder, I said, wow, Nigerians love shopping. And retail is that opportunity. But we're not able to put the pieces together. I've been promoting this language, this philosophy for the last 15 years, and it's fallen on deaf ears, and I am done. I am done. 2024, I am done. Because it doesn't make sense. Nobody wants to sit down and listen. And who doesn't listen? The one who knows he knows everything. Really? Simple 3 criteria. We have 30 million affluent aspirational shoppers. Do we agree this number? How many are aspirational shoppers in South Africa? 30 million. How many retail outlets are there? 10,000. Huge outlets. How many shopping malls are there? Where do we stand here? Not even a fraction. How many products does Cadbury's manufacture in South Africa? How many products does Nestle manufacture? Forget about Europe. Let's leave Europe alone. When we keep saying that we are a bigger economy and we consistently have this ego that we are better than South Africa, let's put the numbers down and actually compare. We are not. Why is our ego playing this role of believing what we are not? Because we want to be in denial. You want to grow retail, you need to get manufacturing in place. You need to get a manufacturers in place. You need government support to say, we will support you. Produce chocolates here. Produce better products here. Better this, better that. Just compare with South Africa. If we have South African range in Nigeria, we will flourish. Monica, my sister, is here. She knows this language. She's been hearing this as a regulator. NAFDAC is also deaf. They're deaf because they have been hearing this, but it doesn't enter. Listening and understanding are 2 different things. Listen, understand, act. Even if you listen, you understand is a great thing. Thank you very much. Because the next thing is act. Are we ready to act? These congresses are great. We love it. We continue to invest in our retail stores. We expand in shopping malls. We do everything. But is the retail thriving in Nigeria? The question is, are we thriving? We are not. We are struggling. Because every regulator wants the modern retailer to comply. And modern retailer is to comply because he is aspirational to serve you. And the informal retail has nothing to worry about, from taxes to compliance. How do we actually remove this roadblock? How do we break the shackles of wanting to punish the one who wants to transform? How do we do this? It requires a lot of collective understanding, whether it is government, it's a regulator, it's a manufacturer, it's the bank, it is central bank, it is whoever they are. It requires all of us to come together so that each one of you can deliver your passion to serve. The last year I was invited and there was this discussion what it takes to be a successful retailer. I said passion. Retail is long hours of work. Those of you who are retailers, you know that. You're on your feet 10 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week, 365 days you're on your feet. You want to serve, you want to sell, you want to see joy on customers' face. If you have passion, then it becomes pleasure. If you have no passion, then it becomes pressure. And when it is pressure, you know you can't handle it, right? So do what you have to do. It has to be passionate. So the word for the regulator, the word for the government, the word for the manufacturer, the word for the retail, the only thing which we can keep it aligned together is to have passion, that we all agree that we need to deliver this. Even our policies are outdated. And it's very enjoyable to work with these outdated policies because it brings more challenges to your operation. And as our lives are getting more difficult, everyone is enjoying it. No, make business fun. Let's really imbibe the ease of doing business. Is it really fun? Or are we the flies stuck in the spider's web and there is no way out? I'm sorry, I'm coming today very strongly on this subject because we are being on denial. We don't want to talk. We are being hypocritical. We are flies stuck in a spider's web. This web needs to be completely removed and work as a team. I'm a passionate retailer. I've been a retailer all my life since 1977. I love serving people. Our company's vision statement is very clear that we need to serve for the delight and joy of our customer. That is the outcome we all work towards. And it's not easy to deliver that, considering that each one of you have your own whims and fancies. We know that. Somebody likes blue, somebody likes purple, someone comes today in white, someone's come in green and yellow. So there are different whims and fancies. So the key question is, how do we please everyone? Because that's what we have set in our oath, that we work towards that as retailers. How do we make our job fun? How do we make our life fun? How can the regulator help us? How can the regulator turn around and say that you all retailers are heroes? Are we considered heroes? We are not, but we are. Because to put in 12 hours a day, 365 days in a year, you better be a hero. During COVID, apart from hospitals, which other business, pharmacies, which other business was allowed to be open? Does anyone remember? Supermarkets, food. Which factories were allowed to move their goods? Essential food products, am I right? Surely not plastic buckets, not clothing. They know it. The government knows it. But it's when the need is there, you are recognized. After their need is fulfilled, oh yeah, come out for road. We were told to open during COVID. And I remember the governor of Lagos State calling me personally saying, you will open the stores. What do you need to make sure that your goods flow in and you allow the customers without compromising their health? Compromising, from the COVID compliance perspective. And we sat down with Lagos State government and worked out a plan. Phenomenal. It went so smooth. It was perfect. We had no problems. It worked very well. We had no incident. We have COVID even today. Not that real COVID, thank God for mercies, but we have economic COVID. We have economic COVID. But why are we not able to get them onto the table? So, I would appeal to all of you to be one voice. If you believe in what I have said, as a retailer and as a consumer as well, because why should you spend money abroad when you can get the same stuff here at a similar price, if not cheaper? The rents of Dubai Mall are more than 10 times what you would pay the rent in Nigeria. I promise you, the prices there are more expensive than in Dubai. Of course, there are exceptions to some of you, and I'm going to be quite blunt, that you may have a complex that you believe when you give you money to a white man, it makes you feel good. Good luck to you guys, go and spend there. I've seen it. They feel very good giving the money to a white man because you get this complex, oh my God, this guy is buying a $10,000 bag. Wow, but trust me, after you turn around, he doesn't remember you. He's taking your money out. But in this country, you spend money. Next time you go, you will be remembered, you will be welcomed, and you will always be appreciated for your business. Trust me. We are all equal. We respect our consumers. So the key question is, what do we want? How do we change the landscape? How do we make this landscape more retail friendly? How do we keep our customers satisfied and spend their money in this economy? How do we create more jobs? How do we create an environment for taxation in such a way that government gets statistics, government understands? How do we get the regulators to believe in us that we can deliver the job? How can the regulators believe in us that we can self-regulate ourselves and we don't need to be washed over and again and monitored like children? How do we make these things happen? I don't have the answers. Do you? The question is, do you have the answers? Can we at least start thinking that way? I'm sure most of you must be expecting me to come and say, oh, I'm running so many shops. We employ so many thousands of people. We do so much turnover. Last year we paid so much taxes. We did this, we did that. All about I, me, myself. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. I'm sure somebody else is going to do that. But here it's about Nigeria, it's about you, it's about all of us. How do we make the things happen? I don't have an answer. Does anyone have? Please come forward and let me hear it. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Harish Kishwani, CEO at T Group. I think he deserves another round of applause. So we're moving on to a Q&A segment. For those of us who have questions for Harish, the ushers are available to pass the microphones around to take your questions. But before then, a quick announcement. So due to our commitment to sustainable processes here in Lagos Business School, there are limited copies available for the hard copy of the event brochure. So please reach out to your mailboxes. The e-copy have been sent to your mailbox. Thank you very much. Do we have questions for Harish in the house? All right, so we have one hand over there too. Any other questions? Ushers, please help us with the microphone. Harish, can we please have you back on stage? Please put your hands together for him as he takes the stage again. Please keep it jamming until he takes the stage. Thank you. Ushers, please help us pass around the microphones. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Harish. He hasn't taken his seat yet now. Keep it jamming, keep it jamming. Thank you. All right, so I would like to kick off this segment with a quick poll, right? So based on all the information Harish shared with us today, he mentioned that retail requires a lot of collaborative effort for us to thrive in this part of the world. So if you believe that retail is the future, can I hear you say aye? It's not loud enough. If you believe retail is the future, can I hear you say aye? If you're on the opposite side, let me hear you say nay. Okay, so the ayes clearly have it. So please put your hands together for yourselves once again. All right, Harish, just one thing I would just like to mention. You had mentioned I was about to ask you if you are open to changing your mind about being done in 2024. I was asking, you said you had mentioned that I was asking, are you open to changing your mind about being done in 2024?
You know, minds can be changed with motivation. You know, motivation is such a powerful thing. But what is this motivation? Motivation is nothing but comes from hope. So, hope can be hopeless or it can be hopeful. Currently, I feel hopeless. So if tens of you want to join, it becomes hopeful. And things can always change. Nobody gives up their passion and what they believe in. They don't give up their deep convictions. So being hopeless today and becoming hopeful is the two different words, but it has just one thing in between. See people ready to take this on and deliver that legacy which I believe I want to leave behind. To see retailers, young people like you, growing to become a brand, a successful brand, serving thousands and thousands of customers, happy, joyful customers. Yes, I'm open to change my mind, but it will require a lot of conviction or other convincing. And Chidi knows that. Where is Chidi? Where's my friend Chidi? Chidi has disappeared.
Chidi?
It is true. Y'all can make the difference. I'm more than happy to give you all the directions and support. I tried it. 2007, I did this movement with Retail Council of Nigeria. It's 15 years, almost 16 now. We haven't moved an inch. So you give up. 16 years is equivalent to almost, they say, 3 generations. So yes, I need support. You all need support. I'm more than happy to have a workshop and discuss the plan. I would like to invite all of you who organize this beautiful event to actually make a workshop with every stakeholder to sit down and come with an open mind and listen, understand, and then come up with a plan to act. Either way, act to move forward or act to go backward, doesn't matter, but at least we know where we stand. Hypocrisy is which has killed us. Promises are made, never delivered. And that's the worst thing you can do.
Thank you very much, Harish.
Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him once again. So we'll be taking the first question from the audience. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Harish. Again, you spoke about motivation. I hope we can depend on you to drive that. You're a generational leader, so we still need you to help push this in the country. So my question is coming from the baseline, and that's the front line. The guys that hit the shelves, the guys that push the trucks, get stock off the trucks and get it right there where consumers can have. The struggle to sustain and retain these guys is increasingly difficult. I know it's the same all over the world, right? That level of people, but what are the opportunities we can explore? as we continue to wriggle our way through the challenge of the frontline guys at the baseline. The turnover is so high, and you spend a lot of time training, retraining, bringing in people, retraining again, and then sometimes it gets to frustrating limits. What are the opportunities? And to the supply chain processes, you spoke about manufacturing. There are a lot of issues with manufacturing in Nigeria. You're producing bread, a lot of agencies are all over the place, struggling with you to get things to move. You're fighting with this regulator, you're struggling with the other regulator. So as we look at opportunities even in manufacturing, there's still a wide range of challenges. What truly is the way that we can explore around this? Thank you.
All right, so I suppose you're a retailer because you use the word supply chain.
Yes, please.
Are you a retailer?
Yes, please.
What brand?
Foodco.
Foodco?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. I will take the last one first and then I'll talk about the manpower later. The regulators have been given a mandate and they're doing their job. It is not the mandate or the job they are doing which is the problem, is the method. Nobody is asking them to throw their mandate out of the window and get compromised, because their mandate has only one outcome, the safety of the consumer. There is no alternative to that. We understand that and we appreciate that. It is the method. Now, why I said method? Because their methods hurt us. We get upset, discourage us. Now, the same applies to our manpower. How do we treat our manpower? How do we approach our manpower? How much respect and safe zone we have given to our manpower during the team building exercise? How do we communicate with our manpower on the passion retail offers through the service and the joy? When your manpower looks only as your salary, as their salary, as motivation to work for retail, you cannot retain your manpower. Trust me. There is no amount of salary you can give someone who's willing to work for 12 hours a day. I'm not even counting the hours the person would spend in transportation in our wonderful traffic of Lagos. Forget about that. Put it aside. It's your job as a manager, as the founder, as the shareholder, as an operator of retail, to identify the people to develop that passion and to see that the smile on a customer's face when he or she is being served and says thank you. That reward, they have not able to understand and recognize. The moment your employee recognizes that however small the job he or she does is connected finally to the joy of the customer and they are acknowledged for it, your staff will not leave you. At least I am proud to say that we started on 8th of August 1988. I still have several employees who joined me on day one. Because we make sure they develop an ownership mentality. That they understand the whole value chain. Does your porter know the value chain, how important it is for him to handle your goods in such a delicate manner that when the consumer, when this lady buys something, that it gets in good condition into her basket? What is the language you are using? Remember one thing, retail is all about behavior. And behavior comes from a reality. And the reality is from an interpretation. An interpretation is formed from a language which he or she has been spoken to. You want to change someone's behavior, change your language, they change their reality and they behave differently. That's the best way to retain manpower. And we follow this very carefully, how we speak, what language would we get people aligned. If I had the liberty to pick 11 of you and say, let's form a football team, and the only language I want to understand that we are going to win. And to win, this is all we need to do together. Trust me, our energies are multiplied.
Right,
Otherwise, one man against many. It doesn't work.
Thank you very much, Harish. We're taking just one more question from the audience before we wrap up this segment. So please go ahead.
Should I stand up? Should I stand up?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Olamikbo Oladunjoye. I run 24-hour supermarkets and pharmacies. So I'm in a very different environment when it comes to retail. My line is quite aggressive because I deal with all sorts of customers. I deal with the gentle ones and I deal with the crazy ones, unfortunately, because if you're running 24 hours, late night economy is also an economy on its own here in Nigeria. So one of the challenges that we face is the suppliers themselves. A lot of suppliers don't really pay attention to the people they hire to move their supplies, right? They just think they can pick anyone that has a van, right? But then the character of that person also reflects on the company. I can tell you I deal with Coca-Cola, Unilever, all of them. I deal with them directly in my stores. But the people that they bring to the stores, I don't want to deal with them, right? I've had situations where suppliers think they're doing me a favor by bringing me some bread, or they're doing us a favor by bringing Coca-Cola to us. Maybe Monster is scarce, and then they start finding ways to use nepotism of some sorts. There's this weird level of, to be fair, let me call it corruption, right? In the fabric of the retail industry, where they give to their friends and their brothers and their village people and their ancestors, just because they came from the same town, and all those things. And how do we mitigate all these risks? When my customers are coming to me and say they want Fanta, and I can't give them Fanta. By the way, I'm your neighbor. My store is in Ikate, and the economy is so big that it accommodates you and me to be able to generate such large revenue. So I'm very grateful for that. But I can tell you that there are certain times where maybe Ebano has all the Fanta, and then I can't have any Fanta. And then that automatically moves those customers to the stores. And then I have to go to like a third party, which cuts the margin from that 27.3% that they would have given off the overhead to about 10%. And then you still want me to be able to turn that over while still paying for the principal of 2.9% per month that the commercial banks are going to give us to be able to run the businesses effectively as a working capital. How does that become a sustainable way of retailing, and how does that encourage us to be able to do more and expand more and further dominate in the industry where those levels of corruption and nepotism are based?
Thank you very much. Over to you, Harish.
Thank God you run a pharmacy, so you have antidepressant tablets. You can consume them. I need to come and buy from you. Yeah. You know what? You just poked at the bear. You should join Retail Council and actually be the one who should voice these problems out to everyone. You know what? That's a very sensitive subject, even for us. Let's start with corruption, which is with the supplies of coming through unorganized. The biggest problem, how many multinationals are here? Could you put up your hands here? Any multinationals? Any manufacturers here? Do you know what the biggest problem we have? Is your staff encouraging our staff with a very simple language. I'll bring you 1,000 cases of Fanta on paper. I will deliver you 500. You sign me for 1,000. And the remaining 500, I know where I'm going to sell it. And we will share the money. And this is rampant. It's crazy. Most of the shrinkage happens at the receiving. And while all our energy is focused at the exit of our customers, customers do pilfer. Shoplifting does happen, but it is so minor. It is so fractional. The majority is happening between the supplier and your receiving side. Whether they are big brands, other competitions, whether it is Spa, whether it is this young man here, it's happening across the board. To solve this, the suppliers must take responsibility of their conduct of their employees. The moment they are caught, the suppliers are responsible because catching a small fish will not change the system. When a staff in a retail store makes a mistake and a customer is unhappy, is the staff responsible or the company responsible? Who? Company. So in a similar token, in a similar fashion, when a staff of a supplier does this, why is the company not responsible? Because they distance themselves. Because they like to be at the back end, and whereas we are the frontline soldiers. This has to change. The moment this changes, the landscape changes. You will be more happy. Why is Fanta not supplied to you if it is scarce? The same driver is selling Fanta to someone else with a little premium price. This is the problem. Yes, we do have a problem. So I'm sorry. In another way, you are welcome to the real world of retail. So this is what we all face. And the regulators don't have any clue what we are doing. Go to the police. They want evidence. They want evidence. And what evidence? The evidence has to be undisputed. Now the guy who has stolen 500 cases of Fanta, he has money to settle. And I have lost 500. Where do I find money to settle? I can't. So we lose across the board. I'm sorry. There are several cases we have. Nothing gets resolved. So it's a systemic failure. And that all comes from ownership. And once you develop that ownership between the supplier and yourself, your staff, I think we should be able to manage the delivery boy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harish. Please put your hands together for him once again. And with that, we draw the curtains on the Q&A session. Please put your hands together for him once again as he leaves the stage. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of wisdom and knowledge with the rest of us. We'll be taking a quick break now to visit the exhibition stands outside and also take breakfast. So if you could, the ushers will be able to guide us through the exit points downstairs where we can visit the exhibition points and also take breakfast this morning. And we'll be convening back in this auditorium at 11:45 a.m. Thank you very much.
Retail is the future of Africa. Retail players find it difficult to play in Africa because there are several challenges that they face. Infrastructure, people management, taxation issues, the lack of having an enabling environment to operate as a business. But I have good news for you. All these barriers are actually opportunities for growth in Africa. Lagos Business School's Africa Retail Academy is the platform provided to transform retail challenges into opportunities. Through the Africa Retail Congress, a platform specially put together that gathers together the largest gathering of Africa retail stakeholders, there will be conversations around how to transform these challenges into opportunities for growth through high-level networking, through research insights, and through enablement opportunities.
There's a tea break now. I will be back at 11:45, so feel free to exit the hall, network, have some tea, and let's converge at 11:45. Thank you.
welcome you all to the Made in Africa Retail Congress, hosted by the Lagos Business School Africa Retail Academy.
I look forward to hearing from industry experts. Let's see the new innovations in the retail business.
Increase my knowledge base in retail business. Have an excellent work skill.
This is the future. We are the future. The retail is the future.
A lot of you who are merchants on e-commerce platform will earn the confidence of next generation of investors.
Believe the young shall grow. Can you repeat with me? Young shall grow.
I can see people from across the FMCG industries to get to interact with them and also be able to share some of the things my own business also does in the industry.
This is a book that is being written by 28 contributors.
Standing underneath the lights, look into each other's eyes. Tired snowflakes are coming down, collapse into water when they hit the ground. I hear the sound of empty streets. Yesterday has gone to sleep. All that's left is you and me. I can promise you're the only thing I say. Hold my hand and hear the words I say. Close your eyes and let us fade away. Build a secret place for you and me. Let our minds be caught up in a dream.
Retail is the future of Africa. Retail players find it difficult to play in Africa because there are several challenges that they face. Infrastructure, people management, taxation issues, the lack of having an enabling environment to operate as a business. But I have good news for you. All these barriers are actually opportunities for growth in Africa. Lagos Business School's Africa Retail Academy is the platform provided to transform retail challenges into opportunities. Through the Africa Retail Congress, a platform specially put together that gathers together the largest gathering of Africa retail stakeholders, there will be conversations around how to transform these challenges into opportunities for growth through high-level networking, through research insights, and through enablement opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're billed to commence in 5 minutes. I do appreciate that the queues for the tea break have been longer than they should have been, but we also have to be very time conscious. So I crave your indulgence to be back in 5 minutes so we can start at 11:45 a.m. And that's the first panel discussion. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kenny G, and here's my new video called Silhouette, and I hope you like it.
takes over, saying all we need to say. There's endless possibilities in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above, and we get closer and closer and closer. By the time this night is over, let's take a slow and easy ride. Just lay back and let love take us over. There's magic here with you and I, and it's gonna take us all the way. Let's find some kind of deeper conversation. Darling, if it's right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above. We'll get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. A night like this may never come again.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we begin to take our seats? The first panel discussion is about to commence. Can we begin to settle into our seats, please? Thank you very much.
By the time this night is over,
Ladies and gentlemen, please can we begin to settle into our seats such that the Congress can continue. We're about to get underway with our first panel discussion, but we need everybody back into the hall and well settled. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take our seats as quickly as we can? Already a bit behind schedule, and would like to get on with the first panel discussion. Please do take your seats as quickly as you can, and of course, whilst you take your seats, you can continue the lovely networking. Thank you all, and let's get seated. Thank you.
possibility in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above, and we'll get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say good afternoon at the dot of 12 noon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we're enjoying the conference and congress thus far. If we are, let's say LBS. Not loud enough. If you are, let's say LBS. Great, great, great. The best business school in Africa and indeed the world, if I may say so myself. Okay. So whilst Haresh was speaking, he did mention about regulation. He said the regulators always want compliance, and retailers are also forced to comply. And obviously we know that what it takes to comply sometimes might be pretty extensive. And then the same onus doesn't really rest on informal retail. So it's really timely that our first panel discussion will be talking about regulation and policy development. And I do hope we'll address these very salient issues. To be moderating this first panel discussion, I have here Monica Emujeze. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Dido BioPlus Pharmacare Limited, and she'll be moderating this very first session. Monica, are you ready? If you are, please make your way to the stage. Can we have a round of applause for Monica Emujeze, moderator of the first panel discussion? Keep it going till she gets here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It is a distinct pleasure to be moderating this session, and we're going to be speaking about regulation and policy development. I guess that's a nice way to start after a very insightful keynote from Haresh Kaswani, so we're going right into the business of regulation and policy development. We have a very distinguished panel this morning to handle that topic, and I will be calling up, in no particular order, first of all, Chizoma Okoli, Deputy Managing Director, Access Bank. Is she here? Is Mr. Okoli with us this morning? Okay. Let me move right along and invite Oluseyi Oyefeso, Executive Director, Retail Banking from the First Bank of Nigeria. He was appointed an Executive Director in 2023 after a very illustrious career in banking, and he has over 25 years of experience in that sector, also in the financial services industry with cross-functional exposure in product sales, marketing, corporate, and commercial banking. Join me to welcome him to this panel. Let me also very respectfully call up somebody who really needs no introduction in this space, an authority in his own right, the founder and CEO of Slot, Mr. Nnamdi Ezigbo. A round of applause as he takes the stage, please. We can still encourage him as he comes right up. From the Lagos Business School, join me to welcome a chartered accountant and professional banker, as well as a fintech expert, Patrick Akinwuntan. He is an alumnus of the Harvard Business School and an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and as associate of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Sir, you're very welcome. We have also joining us online Ms. Nonye Ujam, who works with Microsoft. Can we confirm that she's online, please? Ms. Ujam? Okay. I think we will start and then we'll take it as we go along. As I said, the panel is talking about regulation and policy development with a specific emphasis, as we all are here today at the Africa Retail Congress, looking at retail and the impact that regulation and policy development has, with a view to looking at what the challenges are and what the opportunities portend for all of us in the future. With that in mind, I'd like to throw out some questions and we will take certain perspectives from our panelists. I've been advised to take a seat. Okay, I'll do that. So I'm going to start with Mr. Patrick Akinwuntan. And we're looking at Africa and the global village that we have now, where there's a lot of cross-border trade and where barriers do not actually exist because of the age that we are in. And I'd ask you to look at the current regulations that exist across different countries and look at the challenges that retailers have to navigate when we talk about cross-border trade. And ask you, based on your experience, how can we accelerate and streamline and foster harmonization across the continent? Your perspective, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Monica. Pleasure to be here. This is a great gathering, and the topic is very interesting. The opportunity is huge. This morning I'll be sharing, or is it this early afternoon, I'll be sharing more from my perspectives based on my experience in my last engagement at EcoBank, where I was privileged to move around 35 countries in Africa. And my particular area was retail banking, and that, of course, led me into technology. So when we talk of regulation, we know bankers and regulation, they work hand in hand, right? But let's look at Africa. So when we talk of cross-border, what market opportunity are we talking about? 1.3, 1.4 billion people. We just need to look at who are the big retailers or retail businesses in Africa today. So you have goods and services. So we always talk of the malls. We talk of be it ShopRite. We talk of Urban or here in Nigeria. We talk of Spa. We talk of Nakumat and all that. But the telcos and financial services have actually done a lot of retail work, because retail is about distributing to the last mile, getting goods or services to who needs it in whatever corner of the market. So we need to look at what has been the model of success and how can we embrace that. So let's talk of opportunity first. I'm wearing a cap. Amongst the continents of the world, Africa has more propensity for headgears, whether for ladies or for men. Yes or no? Yes. So if my cap costs 5,000 naira, imagine how many caps I will need in a year. Maybe 2 minimum, 1 or 2, right? Let's talk of how many people across the continent. So if we say adults, maybe we take 500 million out of the 1.3 billion. And I'm using my cap as a prefix or for the female headgear, which is even more expensive and more inviting, right? Okay, so we take that, 500 million people, 2 caps. If you work it out easily, you're talking of 5 trillion naira economy just in caps or headgear. In dollars, that's $5 billion. And you can bring it down to Nigeria. But when Haresh was speaking, I could not but immediately spot that if he is going to look for the shirt he's wearing, he'll be looking for size 16, size 17. I mean, the men know that. You pick your shirt sizes by the next size, right? Size 16 and a half. So can you go into a shop and pick your cap size by 32 and a half, 30? So what has happened? We therefore have a lot of silos and a disaggregation, everybody trying their own little bit in one corner in a 5 trillion naira economy, of which Nigeria could actually be the leading because Nigerians love headgear than quite a lot of, and I've been around enough countries in Africa. Nigerians love headgear, that's the fact of the matter. You just need to go to a wedding ceremony or a family or a community event. Everybody is adorned. In fact, it's considered disrespectful if you don't wear something, right? So, compare that to the banking or the mobile money industry. So what has the mobile money industry done? They looked at a disaggregated business and they found a way to have an aggregation, and given that aggregation, they have a base to engage regulators. Because when we talk of regulations, we have to first talk of the business, the nature of the business, and then what type of regulation do we need in the business. So when we talk of trust for the customer, so it's about if you receive your cap, will it fit? Will it be your size? Without standardization to some point, the trust element is not guaranteed. You need to standardize in order to be able to maintain minimum standard and therefore maintain minimum quality and then have the scale to produce and kick in the economies of scale. And if Nigerians know how to do a lot of caps and headgear, then you can talk of trying to have smooth cross-border transactions so that everybody is not trying to produce caps. Those who know how to produce caps will produce at scale, and then you can move it to the last mile using the retail distribution network. But if we look today, we will not find the ability to walk into a mall and just say, that's my cap size. So standardization, which is what the mobile business has done, which is what financial services has done, and therefore they're able to move. At that point, you then go into what are the things? You need customer trust, customer service. You want everybody to play to certain minimum standards. There must be recourse. There has to be the value for compliance. So when Haresh was saying the big retailers comply and the informal do not comply, there is no cost of compliance. And cost of compliance need not be from the regulator. Cost of compliance should actually is most powerful from the customer. If you do what the customer expects every time, they will give you repeat business. And when you have business, then you are able to grow. So let's come to how have these sectors been able to engage regulators? So I'll use EcoBank as a quick example. We had to aggregate and engage regulators because innovators and business people are always ahead of regulators. If you fail to aggregate, come together, and I'll give the example very quickly, and engage the regulator proactively, they will regulate to kill the business. Crypto is an example in Nigeria, right? Are we all aware of that? So we need to engage. So what did EcoBank do? EcoBank worked with the Chambers of Commerce, the West Africa Chambers of Commerce, because when EcoBank was starting, it was like the way you say retail. The big players were the Bank of America, Citibank, BNP Paribas, Societe Generale, and this little ant is trying to now come across the continent. So the bank had to engage the Chambers of Commerce. Then the Chambers of Commerce had to engage the monetary authorities. So what's the first lesson? For all our retail businesses, we need to start creating common platforms. So we should have Barbers Association. We should have Cap Makers Association, not only for the country, but across Africa. Even GSM has GSM Association for Africa. If you need the numbers on GSM today or mobile money today, they'll tell you 1.6 billion customers, $1.6 trillion in volumes. When you quantify the value of what you're doing, regulators will take interest. When you come together as one body to engage the regulator, you can be proactive. Final point. Regulators, I've heard a lot, regulators do not like to support. What regulators fear is unmanageable risk. Most of the regulators we are engaging, they are at the peak of their career. Before you become governor or the director general of a regulatory body, you've worked 30 years. That's not the time you want to play with your career. Meanwhile, my young friend will come and say, there's a new idea, we need to do this, we need to do that. The regulator is not ready to take that risk. But if you come as an aggregated team, think through and self-regulate, and then take your self-regulation to the regulator to formalize, we are on to business. Final. Please.
Awesome.
Final.
Awesome.
Final. So what's our biggest platform? If we want to move, there is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It's the biggest platform across Africa, 55 countries, 54 of them are fully signed, 48 have deposited their local country approvals. We must, as a retail family, engage with ACFTA and begin to self-regulate how, when you do your business from your corner in Calabar, you can export across to Cairo or across to Kigali without all the various border issues that the country nationalities have put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I was just smiling with some of the perspectives you were sharing. And one very important point is the innovation is usually ahead of the regulation. I used to say that a lot to people, and I can align with that. Innovation is usually ahead of regulation. So if that's something we really need to look at, and your suggestion about working in clusters and forming associations is very much the way to go. Thank you very much for that perspective. So riding on that, and we talk about the monetary policy, because you mentioned that. And if we look at the Africa Continental Free Trade, there's a financial component there. And obviously, when we're talking retail, we're talking business, finance and monetary policy is very, very key to that. I'd like to ask Mr. Oyefeso to share some perspectives about challenges in that sector and the current regulatory environment, and what kind of advice or suggestions would you put forth to this group, sir?
Thank you. And it's indeed a pleasure to be part of this conversation. A good foundation has been laid by Mr. Akiwonto, who spoke about the need for retailers to aggregate, come together, and engage regulators. At the engagement with regulators, that's where we begin to talk about rules around the standards that has to be set. The biggest challenge for the retail space is got to do with the environmental issues. Going across borders is a major part of it. Standard in country A is different from the standard in country B. Policies around taxation is different across region. Issues around tariffs is equally very different. And because the governments are more focused on revenue generation, and they're a little bit more rigid as to what those policies they put in their different countries are, then they don't see it from the perspective of the retail players. And that's where engagement comes in, to make them appreciate what the issues are. Earlier today, one of the side conversations, we were talking about products in Nigeria finding its way into the West Africa markets. And I am not sure if government has got a universe of what goes out of those manufacturing plants that resides here. Because if they do, then the policies that govern the operation of those firms will be a little bit more market friendly. If they really do, then the issues around logistics, which is the biggest headache for supply chain management today, will be looked at from a different perspective. And that's where the bodies Mr. Akinwunton mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce, Haresh was talking about quitting. That's where you need to bring together the big retail outlets to formalize that engagement with governments and influence policies. Look, if you fold your arms and allow them to churn out policies, it's usually very difficult to amend those policies. You are better off being part of that policy formulation. If they're going to set up a law and they are talking about an act, and you don't get involved at that stage and influence what they turn out, when they turn it out, it becomes a clog. In the banking industry, I think that's one area where the regulators and the players engage quite a lot. CBN will come with what they call exposure drafts of rules they want to bring out, and they ask for input from banks. We don't take such lightly. Immediately we huddle together, we come up with ideas so that we can influence their thoughts in a way and manner that will allow and promote the business. The same thing the retail business people must do. And they must do that across jurisdictions so that they can move goods across. Let's take standards. What we define as standards in Nigeria for a particular product is different from what Ghana defines as standards. So when you take products from Nigeria and you're sending it to Ghana, it becomes a problem because you are not meeting their standards. When you take taxes, and I think one of the biggest challenge for the retail space is tax. Complaints around multiple taxation, complaints around tariffs being unduly heavy. These are local businesses. How can they compete with multinationals who's got expertise in supply chain management, who can manage it a lot better? How do you want to compete with them when you are faced with heavy tariffs? So that's where the engagement will come in, how do you get concessions? How do you get government to do things that helps your business? And for me, when that engagement continues, that's when we can harness the opportunities in the huge market we sit on in Africa. And it's common across all the African nations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Oyefeso. Thank you very much. Again, we hear about coming together, informing policy, which advocacy would drive that, and the need for the sector to come together and actually be part of that process of the regulation that they expect. Thank you. So I'm going to welcome Nonye Ujam, Microsoft. I recognize you. You're online. A round of applause for her. Thank you. I'll just be back with you in a minute, but I would like the founder and CEO of Slot, Nnamdi Ezego, to actually speak a little bit about innovation, technologies, and your perspectives in this retail space. Sir.
All right, thank you. I'm happy to be here. Interestingly, I expected someone from the regulatory bodies to be here, those who are actually in charge of making policies. All right, so sometimes we talk about these things and nothing happens. All right, so, well, we keep talking and we hope one day they will hear, right? All right, so the way it works is that, like Mr. Patrick said, that innovation always comes first before a formulation of policies. I think innovation is very important because what innovation does is to help you attract new markets, help you reduce cost of operation, reduce your costs generally. And in business, obviously, whether you like it or not, the objective of doing business first is to make profit. And when you make profit, you can sustain your growth, you can sustain your business. So innovation is very important because it helps businesses to stay afloat. It helps businesses to maintain the focus. And whether you like it or not, I believe those who formulate policies should also be innovative. I believe government should, whichever way, it's very essential that government allow young people who have the skills to be part of policy making. And so if you have them, then you can actually understand what the businessman or the business leader is going through. So what we have right now is a group of people who are very experienced in managing, rank and files, and managing, government, structured, and not really business-minded people. All right, I'm just trying to be modest here. These guys are very, very good at formulating policies, but they are not experienced in terms of what business owners go through. So it's difficult to actually formulate policies when you are not involved in the operation, when you're not involved with what happens, in the marketplace. So innovation is very important. We need to encourage policymakers to become innovative. We need to get people who are innovative to be part of policy making, because with this, consumers can actually, have new products in the market. They have new services, and the whole idea, like I said, is for business owners to be able to attract new markets, provide new business, and be able to make profit. Now, the impact of profit or the benefit of making profit for business owners is the fact that government gets tax. All right, so you're talking about IGR. Of course, it comes from tax. How can government make money or get money from tax when the business owners are not progressing? So business owners should make profit, okay? However, we expect that business owners should also be ethical in their practices. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. The place of innovation, we know, is very, very critical, and we cannot underestimate the impact even within all sectors, most especially within the retail space. So I'd like to take it online to our Nonye
from Microsoft. We're in a digital age where we have certain enablers of business, we have e-commerce platforms, we have online shopping, and we have quite a lot happening within that space. Microsoft has been a major and continues to be a major player, and would like to share some of your perspectives as relates to the retail sector and how we can sustain the gains that have been made and your advice moving forward. Nonya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to sit amongst this very distinguished gentleman.
A bit louder, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not really. You can try again.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So thank you very much, and again for the opportunity to sit amongst this very distinguished gentleman. In terms of the role Microsoft, people like Microsoft, players like Microsoft play in the retail industry, I think we need to start thinking about how we can really harness the power of technology to drive greater impact in the retail sector. The first panelist, Mr. Patrick, mentioned the AFC-FTA, and if I could just speak a bit more about that, delving a bit deeper into what the agreement refers to as the digital protocols. The second aspect there that I think, would be beneficial to expanding opportunities that we're already seeing in the retail industry and how we can really harness that for the African continent. Before I go into that, may I just say that I think that the AFC-FTA is an excellent instrument and one that the giant like Nigeria needs to begin to push through lateral agencies in the international community, because the gains that we see, thinking about the value of this area that is about 3.4 trillion, if I'm correct, targeting about a bit 1.3 or 1.4 billion people across the continent. So the digital protocols list certain articles that retailers, need to start thinking about, and perhaps all players in the retail sector. And one of them is the cross-border data transfers. I know that Mr. Patrick already mentioned something around that, but from a Microsoft perspective and what cross-border data flows looks like, I think there's a need for us to start thinking about harmonization of policies, because this is where we would see the real benefit. One of the challenges that you face is when you have policies in one jurisdiction that are completely different and not as modernized as a certain region. How do you then expect there to be interoperability? How do you expect the two countries to participate, right? So if we focus on harmonization of policies and really into the benefits of cross-border data transfers, where we have someone in Nigeria being able to transact with someone in South Africa very seamlessly. Nigeria has policies around technology, has policies, around leveraging technology broadly, with regard to transactions and the like, right? But I think that we need to do a lot more in terms of how do we modernize our policies, how do we ensure that the retail players, both the smaller players and the larger players can really harness the power of the cloud, right? When we think about infrastructure costs and a total cost of ownership of assets, to be able to expand business, we need to think about the smaller players and the bigger players and how this cost can really impede their ability to compete. And this is where we can leverage technology, because they don't need to take on that total ownership by themselves. They can really leverage the cloud in that regard. And one more thing is that, again, the AFC-FTA digital protocols already address issues like this. So if we wanted to think about, okay, questions around, so if we're encouraging greater use of technology, what does that then mean in terms of privacy issues and things like that? Again, the AFC-FTA digital protocols, one of the articles is directly to cybersecurity matters, right? And it's where you have, where countries, can first of all, get the guidance from those protocols, from those policies, and localize them to ensure that they can take advantage of the AFC-FTA in general. So just to conclude, I think that there are real opportunities here, and I think that we need to start, as a country, start leveraging opportunities and really be at the forefront of advocating for implementation of those policies across the African continent. Because first of all, we're the largest people. We have about 220 million of us, as statistics show. So how do we ensure that we're not only providing business for our Nigeria, but exporting some of that business across? Because this is how we can then, expand the opportunities that the retail business on the African continent can, bring for us as a country and as a continent.
Thank you very much, Nonye, for that, talking about harmonization and leveraging the cloud to facilitate the retail sector. I'd like to just give each of our panelists 1 minute, if that's okay. I think we're good on time, because our theme for today is transforming retail barriers to opportunities. And we're talking within the regulatory space and the policy sector. And the comment about regulators not being in the room, I was looking around to see if there are any regulators, but I think that speaks to, and I might not recognize everybody, I'm an ex-regulator, so I don't think I count. I'm an ex-regulator, so I don't count. But I think it speaks to what Haresh spoke about, coming together, a workshop to actually speak to those who need to be spoken to, have everybody in the room, and then we get the different perspectives. I am aware that business can drive regulation in some spaces. For example, you could send in a draft policy document to government, which would be looked at and discussed. So that puts you in the driving seat to drive where you want the direction of the policy to go. But I'd like us to leverage this experience we have sitting up here. It's not often you have this kind of experience where we can actually share and learn, and give everybody 1 minute to see what would be the 2 major things you would want us to look at in this space to make sure we harness the opportunities that exist in the retail sector. Thank you. I'll start from my immediate right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think generally, businesses, sectors, industries come through the curve that the retail sector is talking about now. So we're in a good space. I mean, let's face it, if we're looking out for regulators here, even we needed to even have an agenda to engage with regulators. So we're on the right track. We should take it to that next level, engage regulators. And it's not all gloom. Let me share a simple experience. How many of you have used a microfinance bank before, or at least know of microfinance bank? Anybody here? Okay, so with the permission of the presenter, don't take these 30 seconds. The first microfinance bank in Nigeria, the name is Axiom Microfinance Bank. When I was privileged to be in the promoting team, when we went to the central bank with our whatever application, somebody said, go to banking supervision. So we went to a gentleman who was the director called Ignatius Imala. For a lot of bankers now, they didn't encounter Imala. It tells how old I am. So when Ignatius looked at it, he said, Patrick, we're talking of animals that have horns. the snail is coming. This is banking supervision, but not micro bank. So go to other finance department, OFI, OFID. So I went to Mr. Oni in OFID. I said, we have our check, we have our deposit. He looked at me and said, anything that has the word bank is banking supervision. So the average business group will start to say, regulators are not ready to support. So they will stop. But we did not. We actually saw it as an opportunity. Okay, you don't know whether this is a bank. Okay, definition of a bank is who can collect deposits. So we are going to collect deposits. So Mr. Imala, shine your eyes. This is a bank. And the next thing he said is, we don't have policies to handle microfinance bank. We know deposit money bank. But I said, that's not a problem too. We just go to Latin America, where they have all the microfinance banks, and we bring the standards. So we had to self-regulate. I can say openly here, the microfinance policy in Nigeria was jointly developed by Axiom Microfinance Bank and the Central Bank. The result is where we are today. So the opportunity exists. But what are the requirements? Knowledge is key. In primary school, my school motto was, knowledge is power. Now I know that very well, that knowledge is power. How many of us know that across Africa, there are 8 regional economic communities? You know ECOWAS. Which other one do you know? Economic Community of Central African States. Cameroon is not in ECOWAS. Chad is not in ECOWAS. They're an economic community of Central African States. Most people know the East African Community, EAC. How many people know COMESA? How many people know the Maghreb Economic Community? Most people know SADC, Southern Africa Development Community. So there are 8, and by the instrument of the African Union, actually, that was Lagos Treaty. So there is Lagos Treaty, or Lagos Plan of Action, and Abuja Treaty that established the framework under which ACFTA is now operating. That process deliberately said to get over 50 countries to converge will be a challenge. Let's cut the elephant bit by bit. So let's first approve 8 regional communities. And that ultimately, by 2038, we will integrate all into one community. When you talk of GDPR, that's the most effective data protection law in the world. If you don't know it, and you are a data processor, a data manager, you are just operating at your risk of your life. It defines how customer data must be handled, protected, right? It was developed by the European Union. If it was by one country, it would not gain currency. So for what we want to do in retail, we need to get our various groups together. And we need to attack this by pick the most attractive economic community. If it is SADC that is most receptive, let's do it with SADC. If it's ECOWAS, do it with ECOWAS. How many of you know A-Sky? It's an airline. A-Sky. It operates across 24 countries today. It is the most successful retail airline that has become a multinational airline. They leveraged on ECOWAS. They just went to ECOWAS in Abuja and said, flights go longitudinally in Africa. You can go from Nigeria to London. But if you want to go sideways to Cameroon or to Bangui or to Kinshasa or to Libreville, you first have to travel to France before you go to Libreville. Yes or no? So they said, look, give us a license that enables us to operate across West Africa. Next thing, they were hopping Liberia, Sierra Leone. The moment Central Africa saw that, oh, you can get across countries in less than 1 hour, 2 hours, In West Africa, they said, come, we give you license here. Before they finished, East Africa said, come, we give you license here. So we have to deploy that same tactics. So coming together, picking the most receptive union or community and make real examples of success. And therefore, we will scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us.
Well, I think the real thing behind engagement and expansion is to make money for the retail business. That engagement, I think, it's something that can be taken further into what do you want from the government and how do you get the government to give this to you. And I see a lot of opportunities in that for the retail business. But the first thing you must do as retail people is to stop the cutthroat competition. This mentality of compete to die. I see that in several sectors of the retail space where you think you must kill the competitor. And from where I sit, with the population that we sit on in Africa, there is enough room for everybody. When you put that down and don't compete to die, then you can collaborate. In the spirit of collaboration, you can twist and move the hands of government. You can begin to get concessions. You can begin to get government go into developmental mentality that helps you. You can influence their decisions around transportation that affects your logistics, your supply chain. You can influence decisions around regulators who layer on you multiple fees and charges that frustrate your business. You can influence the ability to streamline what they ask of you when you're setting up and reduce your setup cost. When you do that, you can bring down costs. Margins begins to appear. Then you can do that across jurisdiction so that your goods can move seamlessly. Again, you can leverage on any of the developmental bodies, the sectors that are available, and you can choose, like he said, which of them you want to work with. So I see a lot of opportunities if we can come around and come together and keep engaging like this, but be specific as to what do you want to influence. Don't leave things to government. Don't leave things to regulator. Truth about it is, you can't regulate a business better than the managers of the business. If the regulators are making rules for business they don't know, they will inadvertently stifle business and growth. And if we all agree that the retail space is the largest space in the economy, then we'll be focused on it. Take it in any sector. Take it in any business. I do banking. The biggest part of banking is retail. So in banking, we keep fashioning out how to get to the last mile, how to sell product to the last person in the easiest way, cost-effective way, and that is the kind of mentality I will ask that everybody in every segment, in every sector where you play retail, you need to look at. Once you look at that and you keep your eyes on getting it done, bringing along your regulators, asking for specifics, what areas you want them to do things for, then I think we'll be making progress.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. In my 1 minute conclusion, I would like to talk about two things. I would like to point out the importance of partnership and collaboration, and then the importance of education. I'm happy today we have African Retail Academy. How many of you have registered your sales associates at African Retail Academy? Let me see your hands up. Nobody in the room? Professor Uchenna, nobody in the room? All right, so I think in Nigeria, we are so particular about our businesses to the point that we struggle to even partner with bigger organizations. All right, so in terms of partnership and collaboration, I want to encourage that retail business owners should think of partnering with other retail business owners. I mean, two companies can come together to form a bigger organization. Does that make sense? All right, so this happens in advanced countries and other parts of African countries as well. So if you remain small, it would, to a very great extent, affect your growth. And then also affect your voice. So you have to be big enough to be able to speak and for people to be able to listen to you. So I think in terms of collaboration and partnership, retail business owners should look at this. All right. For example, in the UK, we have what do you call this popular GSM company, Carphone Warehouse. Today, they are partnered with Corey. They are partnered with PC World. And they're bigger than they used to be. All right, so it's not out of place to have 2-3 organizations come together to form something big, something large. And so if you do this, you'll be able to reduce your cost of operation, you'll be able to make more profit, and you'll become more impactful. And then the one that has to do with education. I see people who see retail as just coming to sell products, all right, buy and sell, all right. So retail is science, all right. Retail is science. Thank you. So you need a lot of education. You need a lot of scientific knowledge about retail business, okay? And so this is one of the most important reasons why I believe that if you don't have the right people in your system, you can't have the right structure. Retailing, I see bankers sometimes when they resign from the banking industry, they will just beat their chest and say, well, you know what, I'm going to start a retail business. All right? So the retail business is a total way of learning business. It's complete structure. All right? You have everything to learn. And so I advise retail business owners to embrace the culture of learning. I attend one of these schools, and thankfully we have African Retail Academy, which is something that I am very, very proud to be a member of the advisory board. And I want to say a lot is going on at African Retail Academy. So if you have the right people in your system, they will have the right structure. If you have the right structure, you can attract the right people and you can attract the right partners. So if you don't have the right partners, you are just going to be struggling. So one of the things I think we should take from this whole Congress is to understand the benefit of working together. If we come together, like all the panelists have said, if we come together to form a strong union, we'll be more strengthened and we can actually influence the policymakers.
Thank you very, very much. I'm getting signs that our time is up, but I want to really appreciate our panelists this morning. They have really done justice to this topic. I think you can agree with me. Nonye is with us still online. Would you want to say something very quickly, in 30 seconds, so I don't disenfranchise you? Thank you.
Maybe the point that I want to buttress is on proactive engagement. One of the things that I do in my role as the head of government affairs is to engage government stakeholders. And a lot of times that entails educating, that entails sharing learnings from other jurisdictions so that they have the knowledge that they can hopefully use to make the laws and the policies that affect us. One of the panelists did allude to the fact that if we do not get involved in the way that these laws and policies are put together, they will inadvertently affect us adversely. So I think there has to be a space, a forum, there have to be opportunities, collaborations, where we come together and proactively engage government to see that the retail sector can really harness the opportunities that exist on the continent.
Thank you very much, Nonye, for that. And I think the Africa Retail Academy, the Africa Retail Congress has recognized the need for that. And I don't doubt that we'll be seeing a lot more happening in this space with leadership provided from this council and Pan-Atlantic University. So with that, join me to appreciate our panelists. Sorry we couldn't take some questions, but we are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Please stay for pictures. Can we just call Professor Uzo on stage and Professor Luis Nzegu to join the pictures, please? What? Thank you very much. Another round of applause as they make their way down from the podium. Okay. All right, so moving on, we'll just have, before we get to our second panel discussion, we'll have a brief address from, should I say, the headline sponsor, our Nairametrics. Do we have a representative of Nairametrics in the house to just give us a brief partner's address? Okay, round of applause for the Nairametrics representative. Keep it coming as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you.
Why is inflation so high? Which stock should I buy? Interest rates so high.
All right. It's time to cut the chase. It's time to stop the confusion, the chaos out there. Everybody just wants to be an economist or an analyst. But guess what? I'm going to be breaking down complex macroeconomic issues, inflation, GDP, subsidy, all those things that you just want someone to break down for you easy. I'm going to be doing that on Follow the Money. Yeah, so do not be part of the crowd. You're going to be following the money with me every Monday, 8 to 8:30 on this channel, Classic FM 97.3, live on YouTube, live on Spotify.
Yeah, so that will be starting on Monday. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ugo. I'm the CEO of Nairametrics. I'm sure for some of us here, you're probably familiar with some of our breaking news, content and articles. Part of what we try to do is inform the general public, whether you're a retail business or an SME or a manufacturer. Somebody said here, I think it was Mr. Patrick, that knowledge is power. Yeah, but information is more powerful, by the way. All right, so in this fast-paced world of retail, information is more than just power. It's the backbone of every successful strategy. Understanding customer needs, market trends, and competitive dynamics is very critical for any business. Data-driven insights, particularly for retail businesses, it's very key because it helps with informed decisions from product selection to pricing strategies, especially in a country like Nigeria where consumer preferences are rapidly evolving. Staying ahead means constantly analyzing and adapting to these changes. Retailers who leverage data effectively can predict and respond to market shifts, ensuring they remain relevant and competitive. And so at Nairametrics, we understand the pulse of the Nigerian economy. Our platform offers wealth of data, from consumer trends to in-depth analysis to news to market-driven information about forex, about stocks, about cryptocurrency, about businesses, about mergers and acquisitions, critical insights that inform you about the sort of strategies that you need to move your business forward. Some of the things that we've done, I'll just give you a little bit of case study. We've seen companies that have come across to us and said, look, there was this content that you provided, this information you provided on exchange rates, prediction or projection later in the year, and that we took position early because you told us, or we read in your website, that the Naira was going to depreciate further in the year. And so what we did was that we immediately purchased a bit more inventory so that we could lock in costs early. So these are the sort of information that you find on Nairametrics that can give your business a competitive edge. I know a lot of people, typically on social media, on Instagram, and looking at the politics of the day. But if you're a retail business and you're here, you got to pay a lot more attention to the work that a lot of us in business media provide. Whether it's Nairametrics or Business Day or ProShare, we provide a lot of useful information, especially in this time and age. We all know the kind of economy that we're in. The government just released this supplementary budget a few weeks ago. How many people have read it? How many people understand what is in there? How do you think that affects the kind of business that you do? What about the projection for the next 3 years? The government just released its MTEF. That essentially determines what everybody here will do in the next 3 years. The government plans to borrow 30 trillion. What does it mean for you? Inflation is likely going to hit 27%. What does it mean? I had the CEO of SPAR complain heavily about, a lot of the corruption that is ongoing and, or collusion between employees of suppliers and employees of businesses. What's the root cause of that? It's all inflation. Nobody wants to carry the bag. Everybody is trying to survive. So because they are all trying to survive, people try to cut corners. So when you see all these macroeconomic indicators and macroeconomic information, what does it mean to you as a business? And of course, finally, for retail businesses, data is very important to you. Do you understand your customers better? How many of you actually have a list of all the customers that patronize your business? How many? Do you know their names? Do you know their digital identity? Is it more male, more female? How seasonal are they when they come to you? Is it in the evenings? Is it in the afternoon? When is your peak period? Do you have their email addresses? Do you have their phone numbers? How can you better structure your businesses such that you can harness the immense data that you churn out every day? There's hardly any retail business here that doesn't churn out data on a daily basis, and a lot of this data is simply what keeps you ahead of the curve. And so I would advise that you pay a lot more attention to the data that you generate and juxtapose it with the data, the macroeconomic data around you, and try to make informed decisions. Make sure that the decisions that you make with your partners, with your managers, are decisions that are data-driven. And of course, Nairametrics is here to help you. Please patronize, read a lot of our articles, read a lot of our insights. A lot of them are free, by the way, so you don't have to pay for it. If you don't have Nairametrics app, download it, and trust me, when you see me next time, you thank me better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Obi. Thank you very much, Mr. Ugo Obi-Chukwu, CEO and founder Nairametrics. Now, in a nutshell, one of the things I took away from his speech is the fact that retailers who leverage data would make more informed decisions, and this obviously would have an overall output on the business. So we'll be moving on to the second panel session for today. But we'll be taking it up a notch with another poll based on what he said. So if you believe that data is important for technological innovation, say aye. It's not loud enough. We are plenty in this auditorium. I'll take it again. If you believe that data is important for technological innovation, let me hear you say aye. If you're on the opposing side, let me hear you say nay. Clearly, our eyes have it. Please put your hands together for yourselves again. Thank you so much. So we're moving on to the next panel session, which will be moderated by... Kindly hold on. We're moving on to the next panel session, and this panel session is themed Data and Technology with the spotlight on e-commerce. Now, moderating this session is a business leader and a marketing professional with a diverse experience in building brands across the FMCG industry to deliver outstanding results. Now, her over 2-decade-long career spans across quality assurance, brand building, planning, project management, marketing, and business strategy. She has worked across multinational companies within Africa, and she currently serves as the Chief Marketing Officer here at the Lagos Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Nsima Ogedi Alakwe to moderate the next panel session. Keep it jamming till she takes the stage. Keep it jamming. Thank you very much. She obviously got the memo. We are twinning.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for keeping it jamming, because I was just going to say, if you didn't clap for me, I'll keep my session for 2 hours. That's a joke. Good afternoon, and thank you for honoring the invitation to be here. It's my pleasure to introduce the next set of panelists. But before I do that, I don't think it's a coincidence that our partner Nairametrics just talked about information, how important information is, how you must nurture the data that you're collecting, and then the next session is about data and technology. And the theme really is about embracing the digital revolution to revolutionize retail. And we've got a loaded panel. In the interest of time, I will not go into their profile because it's quite rich. If you have a copy of this brochure, either it's physical or digital, we have all of their profiles in here. So I'll just briefly introduce them. Some of them are joining us virtually. So the first person I'll call to the stage would be Olu Akonmu. He's the president and ex-CEO of OPay Nigeria. Keep it jamming, please. As it's coming up, I'll just ask how many of us know about OPay? Just raise your hand so that he knows that you're here. Okay, did you see that? Thank you very much. I'll invite our second panelist up. And it's someone that you also would know about him or about his business. And I'm inviting to the stage Prince Nnamdi Eke. He is the co-CEO Konga Online Shopping. If you know about Konga, you've heard, you've shopped, please clap. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have 3 of our panelists joining us virtually. I'd like to confirm that they are online. I've got Bayo Adekombi, founder, CEO, Data Science Nigeria. Is Bayo online? He should be. Please, let's clap for him. I'm sure he's online or joining. And then we also have John Tuka, who is director at Business Chain. Please let me know if John is online.
Yes, I'm online. Hello.
Please, let's clap for him. He's there. Thank you very much. And then the last panelist joining us virtually as well is Dipankar Rustagi, CEO. He's here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, why did I think you were online? Please come up. Thank you. Please clap, clap, clap. Dipankar Rustagi is joining us. He's the CEO of Omni Retail. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, now it's working. Thank you, our distinguished panelists. I see my panel selection is all male, which is very good. So I'm here to add on to the diversity. So our topic is really data and technology. And I would like to just get straight to the point. We've had a very long day, and we've spoken a lot. The keynote speaker talked a lot around why data is important. Nairametrics came up, why data is important. Is there anybody here that is not with a mobile phone? You're here, you don't have a mobile device. Raise your hand up. There's none. Is there anybody here that does not have a card that you use for transaction? At least one bank card? There's none. Is anybody here that, so we can go on the various channels where we just drop our data. So this panel is really about how do we leverage Data? Or one more question, is there anybody here that has never shopped online? I've never bought anything online. There's none. So e-commerce is here. Data we are dropping every day. How are we leveraging this data, this digital revolution to ensure that retail in Nigeria, in Africa, thrives? So my first question will go to Olu, and it's really about, we talk about big data, analytics, all of those things, we hear them. In Africa, how can retailers harness this big data analytics effectively to enhance many things? One, consumer experience. Two, operational efficiency. Is that mic beside you? There should be one more.
Yeah, thank you, Isima. Thank you for the invitation. Because of time, I will just go quickly to and put a little context to my contribution. I'm wearing the cap of a retail banker. I think, I hope in the future, when we have this kind of retail conference, bankers, many more bankers will see that many of them are also doing retail. And our retail is not just about FMCG, e-commerce, because in banking, when we are discussing retail, we are thinking about our clients, but we're not applying the principles of retail to ourselves. And there's a whole lot that banking can unlock with a retail mindset. And I will give a quick example. The traditional way in which when you are doing performance management, money performance management banking, on a monthly basis in the branch, for example, you look at the branch, is what is the size of your balance sheet? How much asset have you got? How much deposit have you got? What's the size of your loan book? Then you go to your P&L, your what we call net revenue on funds, or your deposits and assets, you look at your fees and commission. And when it is right, you say, waka pass, clap for them, they have done well. But if you wear a retail mindset to look at the business of the branch and granulate it and ask from the foundation, how many customers have you got in this branch? Thinking like a retailer. How many of them come in to shop, to do transaction every 30 days? Because you do your financials on 30 days. Or we have 20,000 customers. Are they growing? No, they are not. Or out of the 20,000, how many of them are doing transaction on 30-day basis? Only 4,000. Okay. What is the revenue per customer? How much money are you making per customer? We make only 30 naira. You can begin to fold that into the total revenue that you make on a monthly basis. Or how many products are they using per month on an average basis? They use only 2. If you can make it 3, what will be the incremental revenue that we are going to get per customer? Maybe we'll move from 5 naira to 7 naira, multiplied by 30,000 people. You can now translate that to your P&L. And you can, rather than working from P&L balance sheet, you are working backwards from granularity. You can even go further to the issue of what the products that you are selling in the branch, are you making money, which is unit economics. Are you making money per customer? Even you are discounted your cost and your cost of risk. So we make 1 naira, 2 naira for every mobile transaction. So we need to do 10 million to make 10 million naira. People who look at their retail business in a branch like this and imagine it's being done online are likely to do a far better retail banking than the traditional way in which we do branch banking. So that is the context in which I will look at the question. And this is what fintechs do every day. Fintechs think retail in this simple model. Customer base, daily active users, monthly active users, revenue per customer, cross-sell, upsell, unit economics, folded back to revenue. And you can look at retail, what we do in fintech as retail services, products, e-commerce. That's essentially what we do. So in terms of how you manage big data analytics and so on, the simple thing is that have a retail business model mindset, the way I've described it. Then ensure that your data architecture is aligned to that business model. Because if your data architecture is not aligned, you will not be collecting the right kind of data. Your technology infrastructure too has to be aligned to that retail model. The other thing which is very common is that If you have not intentionally designed metrics and performance management into your technology, you will not get it. So designing performance management at every level of what I have described, daily active users, active base, acquisition growth, revenue per customer, margin per customer. If you have not designed it intentionally into your business, you are not likely to run a good retail business. So your big data can be big for nothing. It is only when you have intentionally designed your data model according to your business model that you get value for it. And that's what fintechs tended to have done better, maybe being more digital native business than traditional financial services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I hear you need to be intentional. So these things don't happen by chance. You need to be intentional on how you're going to design data management, big data analytics into your business model. And you also need to think retail. So he's used the banking example, but I think for everybody else, think retail, bring it down to the customer level. Don't just leave it hanging at the top. Bayo, I know you have a perspective to add to this. Can you very briefly, in 1 minute, just add something to this question? Thank you. I think you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'll build on what my very esteemed boss said, Odo Akomo, around the whole concept of big data. I think there's a lot of small data that we can actually use to complement some of the things that were discussed. For me, it is the aggregation of small data that makes big data. And one area where retailers need to be aware of is the whole context of the market or the context of the customer. The whole principle of what is the true value of this market where I play. So if I have a branch in Ibadan that is going month on month, I may actually be underperforming if I'm just looking at my internet trend and I'm not checking my performance against the market or even the citizen economy. Some of the points that Nairametrics just spoke about. But for me, taking it a step further, are the new type of big data that we have today that allows us to understand the market better. For example, today, I can understand how every settlement in Nigeria at 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer is evolving using dynamic satellite images, which tells me that this community had 10 unique households, and in the last 1 year, it has grown to 15. And of course, that also helped me to understand customer migration pattern and the likely future demand. So that means that I can do my market clustering better. I can understand my hotspot even better and more precisely. So these are additional insights that can come in. The second area that we'll talk about around big data is about the fact that we do have some in-house investment today. Things like retail audit, our Salesforce data. There's so much that we have all over the place that we need to begin to have a way of torturing the data so that they can speak to themselves. Because data is only powerful when disparate, disjointed data sets are aligned together so that we begin to find common patterns emerging. And this is critical because people are not statistics. They are bundles of emotion. And it's in aggregating data that will begin to effectively nano-segment people by market. So with this understanding, we can do better forecasting, channel effectiveness can be better, market densification, population density per square meter, location characterization, point of interest per marketplace. All of this makes our ability to reach the customer more precisely and more effectively, just as Mr. Oluwakomo said.
Thank you very much, Bayo. So I hear you say data on its own is not enough. The data you collect must speak to each other to derive the insights. And let's not think people's statistics, they're a bunch of emotions. So that's very, very insightful. So I'll move to you, John. And the question really is about traditional brick and mortar retailers. You're facing challenges adapting to digital era. So what are the strategies that retailers can use to make this transition seamless and also to grow their brands and their brand identity?
Yes, thank you for the question, and hello from Cape Town. It's very great to be online and to be talking at this conference. I must say, listening to a lot of the discussion up until now, it's very clear to me that regulation in Nigeria is one of the biggest stumbling blocks to grow businesses. And so that obviously needs a lot of focus. It almost seems like doing business in South Africa is a lot more practical, and we get things done. So I would, obviously I really wish you all good best of luck in sorting out those regulations so that you can make these practical things and systems implementations help our customers. But to come back to your question, so what you're talking about is digital transformation. And when brick and mortar retailers take on the challenge of adding online into their business, it's a massive journey. It's complicated and it's long. But in its basic content, it's to serve your clients. It's to allow your clients to search for product on any platform, whether it's in the store, online, on their mobile, on a TV, and to buy that product in all those places, and then to get that product delivered or picked up in a variety of places. So deliver, pick up anywhere, and then be able to return it to all those locations, and then to replace it. So you could replace that product with a new one or a different one. So that all sounds very easy and customer centric, but the systems that are needed to interweave together to make that happen are quite complicated, and they're expensive. So the intention of delivering a solution for your clients has to be very clear. So I would say that there are probably a couple of strategies that need to be focused on. The first one is when adding on an online channel, you need to make the look and feel of the online channel as similar to your retail stores as possible. So the look and feel, the colors, the layout, the navigation, the signage, and the customer service levels need to be in line with what happens in your store so that consumers can build confidence in buying online. So that would be the first thing. The look and feel across the channels must be the same. The second topic I would like to talk about is the data analytics. We've talked about that, or I've heard you talking about that quite a lot. And once you go online, the privilege that you have is that now you have a lot more data stored in your databases, because people that buy online have to log in, and you're capturing information digitally rather than manually, or through your point of sale systems. And it's enhanced data. So once you've got that data, it'll help you understand your customers' preferences and behaviors much better, giving you the ability to personalize their shopping experiences so that you can push suggestions to them based on what they've bought before. Now, AI is growing in success and strides in this space, and that can help you do that very well. Then I would say the other thing to really consider very seriously is inventory optimization, because once you go online, you've got questions, or you've got choices to make. Do you fulfill your online from your current warehouse? Do you fulfill online from your stores? Do you fulfill online from your suppliers? And each of those needs technical integration to make them happen in a way that makes your customer experience very good. Most businesses that go online don't make money for many, many years. So you've got to go into this with a very clear objective. I would say that in the last comment to add around this is reward customers, because you have all their data, you know where they're shopping, you know how much they're shopping. Encourage them to shop on the different platforms through vouchers and incentives, which will grow their convenience and also grow the company's turnover. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can we give him a round of applause? So back to data analytics. How do you get your data to speak to each other? And he touched on something very important. You have an online store. How is the look and feel of that store? What's the customer experience when they shop on that store? Is it the same as a brick and mortar store? So, Olu, you wanted to add one line to this conversation, please.
Just to add that sometimes just learning from banking could apply to retail. The path in terms of transformation may be context specific. If you have had very heavy investment in legacy infrastructure, it may make sense to attach to do your transformation in bits, maybe from your front end, the way banking would do from, say, mobile, for example, so that you don't try to do everything at once. Someone said that digital transformation is like trying to change the engine of a plane in motion. It is very tough. And therefore, so you need to watch your context. If you are small, then your challenge is easier because you're actually building a green technology. It is easier to do digital first than to transform a legacy technology to digital. So if you're a small business, amplify what Microsoft said. There's a lot of software as a service available today in retail that you do not need to spend a lot of money. By few naira, 4,000, 3,000 naira subscription, you can get SaaS for customer relationship management, inventory management, which you can integrate into your P&L, and you can begin to build your journey gradually as long as you are intentional about what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there's a lot out there. Be curious, find what works for you, and don't try to bite more than you can chew. Thank you so much. So I'll come to you, Dipankar. We've talked a lot about this. Data everywhere. Consumers, we're just dropping our data. Data privacy, security, trust. How am I sure that when I drop my data, that you're using it for what it is intended for, and I'm not getting all the unwanted requests? How do we address that to give confidence to the consumer?
Absolutely. I'll go one step back and then come to this point. The idea of data being important for retail is clear to everyone. I mean, 2 times we have raised our hands and everyone has said data is key and it's very, very important. But how exactly does it impact the businesses? In what extent can it impact the business is also super important for us to understand. Data is not just important for companies that are in e-commerce. Or rather, at some points in time, I disagree with the definition of e-commerce. E-commerce is not just a business which has a website where you can go and order. Electronic commerce is everything where digitization of data takes place. So in continuation to what Mr. Olu just mentioned, it's not just about you getting the orders online, but I think you would agree it's way more important to digitally process so you can offer the great experience your customers deserve. And that management cannot be done if your data processing is not digitized. And that's how critical data is. To service thousands of orders, you need to know which order is being processed in which way. Now comes to this debate of if I give the rights to the customer of my data, how protected is my data? Data is normally broken into 2 parts. The data for identity, which is normally only important for the customer who runs it, so he can understand how many times he has purchased on my platform. When he comes in next, what should be seen on the screen. When he comes in next, which are the products he buys and others, which is more relevant for the company who is offering that purchase experience, and not much harm can be done with it. But then there is individuals' information around payments, individuals' information around his address and other things, which can be very harmful, which can be used in ways that can be negative. And that is why every company that is scaling, every company that is working in this space keeps these data points in 2 separate segments and tries to ensure that the data that is individuals' personal data is encrypted and can be stored in a safe way. There will be people who will ask, even if it is encrypted, there can be hacks, or there can be ways this data can be lost. But I would assure that with this data, the amount of positive contribution that comes in is way higher than the minor risk of losing this data. And that is why almost all banks, fintech service providers have found different ways of authentication and encryption to ensure your transaction data is kept safe. Every company is working to ensure security of your customers' data to have seamless transactions in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hear you say to us, do not be afraid. Encryption, And then I know there are lots of data privacy policies. So it should give us some confidence that we're taking the right step in the right direction. So thank you very much. And I'll come to you, Prince Eke. Konga is a household name. And we hear a lot around financial inclusion. When I asked about who knows about Konga, all of us here know. But if I take this question outside of Lagos Business School auditorium, outside of Lagos into the other parts of Nigeria and Africa, would it be the same thing? So my question really is, what steps are you taking to promote financial inclusion, and how can we leverage this, make it faster to grow our economy?
I think there's a misconception that financial inclusion is necessary for retail, because unfortunately there's something we call payment on delivery. Now, payment on delivery is the worst nightmare for any e-commerce player or any retailer. So I'll give you an example with Konga. So we have, on a daily basis, we're delivering thousands of orders. Now, unfortunately, because of payment on delivery, it means we ship the order to you, whether you're in Borno, in Maiduguri, or in Kano, we ship it to you. Now, as a customer, you haven't made any payment. So it's your prerogative to say, I don't want the item again, or I'm tired, or maybe I bought it somewhere else, or something happened. So guess what happens? We have to ship that item back to Lagos and return it to the merchant, or return it to our warehouse. So it's just a complete nightmare. To your point, financial inclusion helps us in that regard, because the reason we do payment on delivery is because not everybody has the right payment tools. Not everybody has a bank account. Not everybody has a card. And not everybody can do a bank transfer. So unfortunately, payment on delivery is a necessary evil in the region that we work in. In fact, in 2018, when the Zynos Group acquired Konga, we turned off payment on delivery. And when we turned it off, the number of orders dropped by 80%. So it shows that it's something that Nigerians want, and as a business, you have to align yourself with the market need. So it's something that we had to do. But there's also the other end. As a business, what we do is we connect buyers and sellers. So for buyers, financial inclusion is not so important, but for the sellers, it's extremely important, because you have to list your product on a platform, and when your product is sold, we have to make payment to you. Now, we have over 165,000 people selling on our platform. We can't pay everybody with cash. So we have to deposit the money in your account. So it's extremely important. But what we do as an e-commerce player is, you have to find creative ways to solve your problem. And initially, the way we try to solve it is by working with banks. So every merchant that comes on our platform, come and open an account with this so-and-so bank. But it wasn't very scalable. And banks we have a lot of bankers in the room, but banks have their ways, Us tech guys, we don't operate the same way a bank would operate. I'll put it that way. So we had to find creative ways to solve that problem. So what do? We became a bank, basically. We acquired a mobile money company in 2016, and we had an MMO license, which allows us to open accounts, do send payments, receive payments, do bill payments, the same way, almost anything a bank can do, I'll put it that way. So this allowed us to help our customers and our merchants open accounts. So you're a customer, you don't have an account, within a few clicks of a button, you can open an account. You're a merchant, you're a seller, you don't have an account, within a few clicks of a button, you can open an account and start trading on our platform. But financial inclusion really goes beyond Nigeria. There's something one of my professors used to call financial colonialism, where in Nigeria, unfortunately, we have retailers. Almost 90% of the consumer goods that we consume is imported. How do you pay for imported goods? With dollars. Now, dollars is a big problem in Nigeria. Not only is it difficult to access, the rates are just ridiculous. And the bigger problem is banks that are willing to do transactions to China, to India. It just becomes a whole complicated process. Number one, getting the dollars. Number two, making the payments to the suppliers in China. Now, for someone like Konga or Slots, it might not be so difficult because we're a big name, we have a big brand, we have a reputation. But even big companies like us, we still face challenges. I mean, Konga is a company with over 4 million customers, but our banks will still be sending us very funny questions because we have Nigeria or because we're registered as a Nigerian company. So it's a very big problem. So now imagine the smaller retailers in Computer Village and Alaba markets who actually import their products but can't make this kind of payments. So that's where another level of creativity comes on board. So like I said, Konga has 165,000 merchants. So what we're doing is we're trying to work on a product to help them solve this problem. So you can make the payments. We can help you make the payments on your behalf. Whether you're paying to China, whether you're paying to the UK, whether you're paying to India, and so on and so forth. So I think it just requires a lot of creativity. Unfortunately, we're in the environments we're in. We can't fold our arms and say we're not doing business. So you just have to find creative ways to solve some of these problems.
Thank you very much. Before I make a comment, Dipanka, you want to add to that point?
So financial inclusion for retailers, it's a very, very close topic to our heart. Early this year, we all know we went through demonetization. And last quarter of last year, every retailer was worried how exactly are they going to collect cash. Every retailer was worried how exactly is their operation going to run. And this financial inclusion for these traders is very, very important. And there are so many challenges which a lot of people making policies didn't see coming. The notification not reaching to the person in time. That means I have an account, my guy here has an account. When I make a transaction, I'm waiting for 5 minutes to confirm he has received the money. And we saw that a lot. So we found a very unique solution and we embedded that in the product. The first part of that was to ensure every retailer who comes on board can get an account with the banks like GTB, Access Bank, all the top banks without having to go to their branches. This increased the number of account opening instantly with them sitting in their shops. And this also enabled them, with the help of a QR code, to receive money from the sender's bank into their bank seamlessly and much faster than it was happening when it was cross-bank. This made transaction easier for our thousands of retailers across the country. But now I want to connect it back to the data question. It was not just about financial inclusion and making them available, making them have bank accounts. It was, what did this do? In this point of devaluation, every retailer's 100 naira is equal to 50 naira. Do we agree? Because the reality is they sell a lot of products which have impact from importation. Their working capital has become half of what it used to be. And who is going to give them loan? Who? When they go to a bank, the bank says, give us your history. This man just got financially included 6 months back. You're asking for 2 years, bank statement. Where does he bring it from? Now, because they have been working with us, we can have visibility into their transactions. We know where their addresses are. We tied up with institutions to ensure the gap in working capital can be filled through the application. So number one, they got the bank accounts without having to step out. But number two, this data of transactions going through their platform enabled them to have bridged working capital to ensure they can have enough goods in their shops. And I think that's the power of data, ensuring every one of us can educate 2 people to digitize their business would be so amazing in taking the retail to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. So relatable. So thank you. If you've had, I don't know how many of us have accounts with the fintech, the ease with which you open those accounts, it's just unbelievable. And when I was introduced to OPay, it was my sister that said, do you have an OPay account? I said, no. And she said, do this. Very simple. So I can relate. So for everybody that has a mobile phone, it's so easy to get an account going. I'll come to you, Bayo. And I think this is our last question before we take maybe comments from the audience and a wrap-up. And we talk a lot around technologies like AI, blockchain, and how it can transform the retail landscape. So how can e-commerce companies and really companies in the retail space adapt to this innovation without a negative impact to their businesses and actually just help us to grow retail in Africa?
Thank you very much. I think first, I'll say that we need to remove all the hype on artificial intelligence and blockchain. We must always remember that retail is all about profitable and guaranteed offtake generation in a very thin margin, high manufacturing cost business. So what we're looking for is more precision, to maximize the opportunity without any wastage. Like we say, retail is about detail. So in order to ensure that my retail is detailed, I need some enablement tools that can support demand generation, reach, customer purchase process optimization, customer experience management. So these enablements, whether we call them AI or blockchain, are not necessarily different from our mama put seller, that's traditional woman who sells food by the roadside, uses a traditional memory to know who to sell credit to. She knows that you only give credit during the last week before salary is paid. She knows that she will not cook half bag of rice when the building project taking place close to her shop is rounding up. She has those intelligence. So that is the simplistic way that any retailer or e-commerce business should see AI or blockchain as a distributed ledger platform to enable the operation to get to understand customer better. Because if we do not see it that way, we just get carried away with the hype and the euphoria of AI and all of that. It's in those basic fundamentals. But beyond the great case studies that we have seen that people talk about, or Amazon's 35% of its revenue is coming from the recommender engine and all that, what is important for me is the context. What are the local versions of knowledge that we can look at and explore so that we're able to operate within our low resource and capacity constrained context? We know that retail in Africa is about traffic, is about neighborhood, is about mom and pop shops, is about open market. So how do I use AI within this context? So I'm going to talk briefly before I round up some practical local case study of AI use examples which I've been part of or I've learned. Now today, we can use simple computer vision, that is taking a phone to take images in a very non-disruptive manner to understand brand visual dominance, to identify new brands that are emerging in open market, do what we call share of table at a party based on data that you collect on public platforms like Facebook. People go to party, they post pictures, you collect all those pictures, you are looking at the tables, how much of my brand, alcoholic, non-alcoholic brand is on the table. Visual merchandising, planogram optimization modeling. All of these are being done now in Nigeria to serve peculiar nuance of our market. The second one is what we call product association using receipt. When you buy, they give you a receipt in the mom and pop shop. Most, you know what I mean, supermarket close to us. And what do? We all take those receipts and drop it on the floor. An organization has been using independent people to take pictures of those receipts and upload. Based on their coordinates, they are able to understand what people are buying together, what is the average spend per visit, which day of the week are people buying most, and that intelligence, is being aggregated to support and drive business optimization for any business. So these are practical case studies. I know in the northern Nigeria, I'm doing a project currently where we're using voice recorder to help local informal women to document all their daily transactions and get their voice analyzed so that at the end of the day, they know how much they've sold, if it is 2 bags of Indomie or 3 bags of this. All of this are analyzed based on their audio analytics, or the fact that you use individuals to check prices, shelf prices on daily basis, and all of that. So the point I'm making is the fact that we're seeing amazing case studies, and AI is as good as you having a clear strategy. It's not about AI or blockchain. It's first and foremost, I know what I want to do, then I bring AI and blockchain as enablement to help me achieve what I want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So clear strategy. These are enablement tools. I like the way you just brought it down to that woman that sells food in my neighborhood. If you noticed, her food she never has leftover. So she has her own AI. She knows who comes, and she doesn't give credit to everybody. If you have not been paying her, she won't give you credit. So that's very, very practical. So at this point, we're going to take 2 very brief questions. 2 brief. 1 female, 1 male. If I have 2 male, I'll take 1 question. 1 male, 1 female. So please give the mic to him. He raised his hand first. Please don't set the context. Don't repeat the speech. Just ask the question to our panelists. Thank you. Do you have a second hand up? Yes, over there. Thank you very much.
All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm addressing my question to Mr. Dipanka.
Please, could you introduce yourself? Sorry about that.
My name is Mr. Bob. I came from Abuja. I'm the CEO Corporate Services. I was privileged to be part of your students that during the breakout session we had last session, if you remember. So I was impressed with your presentation and everything. That I had to go back and then do further research on most of your companies and what you do. So my question is this. Sir, I run a supermarket, and then since the devaluation of currency and the unification of exchange rate, it brought about the cost of operation in our business increased. So, and then we are now being a supermarket that deal on hardware, essentially. We spend a lot on inventory and all of those stuff. I'm asking, what percentage of your revenue is supposed to be your profit that can take care, do you think that can take care of your general business operating expenses? That's my question. I don't know if you get. All right.
What percentage of your business should be your profit to drive? Wow. It's an interesting one, and I wish I had the right answer. I can only share perspective. So I would say it changes from category to category. There is no one profit percentage that you can keep across categories. If it is fashion, it is different. If it is footwears, or if it is food, or if it is beverages, it changes by the category. And a lot of things, especially the supply chain cost and the ease of availability of goods matters a lot in deciding the margin. He just mentioned about importation of goods, so you will also know that imported goods have way more margin than locally produced goods. So I wouldn't say a percentage, but I would go back to what Mr. Olu had mentioned regarding unit economics. So if you are in a retail business, what you need to know perfectly well is how efficient is your unit economics. How much I buy, what is my gross margin, what is my cost of logistics, cost of warehousing, and cost of sale. Once you get that contribution margin, you are good. If you get your unit economics right, whichever category you work in, there won't be one profit margin, but you will be profitable. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Just to add to that, someone said retail is science. So I'll just encourage you, if you have not yet enrolled with the Retail Academy, please do that. And you get the guidance, and I'm not joking. Thank you. Second question.
Hello, good afternoon. So my question is...
Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
My name is Faith Essay. My question is, before the question, so to me, data is a two-edged sword, depending on how you interpret it, right? How do you, or how do you advise that we contextualize the data that we have? So take, for instance, I'm in the fashion industry, and fashion works year -1, right? Because you're buying based on seasons and things like that. Now, there are different elements that come into it. One, seasonalities, what the customers liked. And just like a small example, say school season, you make really pretty dresses for children to use for their graduation, right? So your data tells you, fantastic, you sold a lot of maybe purple dresses in this year of the month. However, it doesn't tell you that the schools specified that they must use purple. So next year, if you are trying to utilize that data and you produce a lot of purple, right, you might just go wrong if the schools ask for red. So whoever was not in the business at the time and has left cannot advise to say, oh, guys, maybe let's reach out to the schools and find out what the colors are for this year. So how do you, there's that slight gap. How do you advise that, we can close that? And the other question was, how do you capture data on missed opportunities? Yes, you capture those that, maybe came to the store and bought, but how many of those, especially when you have an inventory, there's always the sweet inventory and revenue balance where you're dancing, but using what you have to buy, what you need the most. How do you capture those that walked out because you didn't have it in a way that makes sense and is not subjective?
Thank you. So what we're going to do, we'll combine the answer to your question with a wrap-up. So we're having 1 minute wrap-up from each of our panelists. 1 minute. If it's more than 1 minute, I'm going to say thank you on your behalf. So let's start with you, Olu. So in your wrap-up, give us one tip. What do we need to do differently? And please address our question in the process.
So data, quantitative data is good. But a famous scientist said, not everything that counts can be counted. It means that even with quantitative data, there are insights from qualitative observations, empirical observation, like you said. What was the school policy last year that you must bring into your quantitative data to have a better context in terms of insight? So I think people who know how to use data also understand those kind of things. So data is good, but there's also context to data, and there are things that cannot be measured, at least at the moment, which you also need to bring in, because not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that counts counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree 100% with Mr. Olu. You know, data is all about context. So to your example, you said you did blue dresses and you sold 500, and the only reason you sold the 500 is because the school requested. Well, as a business owner, you should know that the school requested for that 500. Because if you order 500 next time, you're stuck with the inventory and then you lose money. You know? So it's really all about context and understanding that. That's why it's really a science. So you pull the data, and then you need people that are able to analyze and provide information to the business in terms of how to use the data. So that's extremely critical. But to your question in terms of what's important in retail today, I mean, I've said this before to Lagos Business School, but I'm also privileged to be part of the advisory committee to the Africa Retail Academy. But I think education is extremely key. Conga started in 2012. We acquired them in 2018. And it's very clear that when you're looking for critical roles in retail, they are very difficult to find. A lot of people don't know what an online merchandiser is. A lot of people don't know what a product team in an online platform does. You also have critical roles around things like SEO. That is still a huge knowledge gap within the market. So I feel like knowledge is extremely critical, and hopefully with platforms like this, we're able to upskill people.
Thank you. Dipankar?
I mean, that was good. Those were great wrap-ups. I'll try and wrap up with an example and touch upon the second point of the question. There is a company, very big giant, called 7-Eleven. Some of you would have heard of it. Anyone? Yeah. So, you know, a company started in the US and then expanded to Japan. And some time back, the US company went bankrupt and the Japanese company bought out the US company. You know, that's baby buying out the papa. That's how clear it was. Why did that happen? That happened because the Japanese company started capturing data at the point of retail. When you go into the store, they will not just capture the invoice of what you have purchased. Even if you have not purchased anything, they will capture, Oga, what is it that you're looking for? And they have another section where they'll just punch in what exactly you didn't get. This data was consolidated, and the next shipments, this data from all their stores in Japan was consolidated, and the next shipment, they would try and have a supplier for those products and send those products. So it's a customer delight. Your retention of the customer, happiness of the customer, repeatability of the customer, everything improves. And that's a beautiful way where one son did way better than the papa, and I think that's what we should learn in terms of data. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. When you leverage science, you see how far you can go. Jean, can we take your wrap-up?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that question that was asked, the last question, was a really, really good one, and it raises a lot of important points. So the first thing I'd like to say is that analyzing data and data analysis and data science as a science is not only scientific. It requires a business and people within the business to do environmental sensing all the time. That's what makes good businesses good, because they're not just leveraging just the black and white of numbers on a spreadsheet. They're understanding what's happening out in the field. And that's also what makes a good data scientist a good one, because they're not just looking at the screen. The second comment is almost similar to the 7-Eleven comment, in that Zara, you might be aware of, is they have processes in their stores that allows them to capture information where a customer walked into the store and couldn't find what they needed. And so they capture that information and they then develop products that clients walked in and wanted and couldn't get. So that improves their sales. Other than that, thanks very much for having me.
Thank you very much. So finally, Bayo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rounding off and speaking to the last question, when it comes to insight and analytics, e-commerce is about we-commerce. Just add W to the we-commerce. What does that mean? It's a shared intelligence. It's insight from culture, from community, from context, and we need to understand this we-commerce. That intelligence is what you go all out to look for. Being sensitive to the culture, community, and finding what makes sense for you within what you're trying to interpret. And so, all in all, while I'm excited about AI, the fundamental question that was asked, I believe that artificial intelligence is great, but native intelligence is greater. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Artificial intelligence is great. Native intelligence is greater. And I'll invite each and every one of us to discover the arts and science of retail at the Lagos Business School Africa Retail Academy. Thank you to our panelists who we've had a very, very interesting conversation. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. We'll invite Professor Uchenna to join us on stage for photograph. Please can we have the backdrop on stage? Control room, please. Thank you.
While their photographs are being taken, we'll be presenting gifts to our panelists on this panel, and would also like to crave the indulgence of the panelists on the first panel to please make their way to the stage to receive their gifts as well. Thank you. Please put your hands together for our panelists once again.
Well, I want to say thank you to our panelists, and it was nice seeing you here. That was a very wonderful section. Thank you very, very much.
Panelists from the first panel on regulation and policy development, please make your way to the stage. Please put your hands together for Monica Emunjeze, our moderator for panel 1. Keep it jamming till they take the stage now. Keep it jamming. Encourage them. Thank you. Also, Patrick Akinwuto, please make your way to the stage, as well as Oluseyi Oyefeso and Nnamdi Ezigbo from Slots. Please make your way to the stage to receive your gifts. Presenting these gifts this afternoon would be Professor Louis Nzego. Please keep your hands jamming as they take the stage. All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our moderator and panelists one more time. I mean, you would agree with me that that was a very insightful and interesting panel session. And one of the key takeaways from me is the fact that we need to be intentional about data management and integration into our businesses. So please turn to someone by your left or by the right and tell the person, think retail. It's not loud enough. Think retail. Please turn to someone by your right. If you turn to your left the first time, this time around you're turning to your right. So please turn to the next person and tell the person, think retail. All right, then please put your hands together for yourselves once again for being amazing participants. All right, I know we've been seated for a while, so we probably need to stretch. So can we all rise? Thank you very much. And while we are rising, I would like to invite Dr. Emeka on stage. Please join me. Thank you. Yeah, so feel free to stretch. You've been seated for a while. All right, then. So we're doing a little something. Like we said, every single person in this auditorium has a mobile phone. Am I correct? Can we bring out our mobile phones? I can't see the mobile phones. So can we bring out our mobile phones? Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Emeka?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a selfie time, we call it. Okay? So one thing they told us in this session is that everyone has a mobile phone, so we're going to use these mobile phones. So if you can just take a selfie so you can see everyone behind you, everyone take a selfie. The hashtag for this event is ARC2023. So when you take these pictures, lovely looking, please you post them using our hashtag ARC2023 so the world can see the fun you're having and also be part of this conference. You can even go ahead and make a 30-second video. How about that? Let's step it up a notch. 30-second video, and then, they know you're here and having fun. Thank you very much for obliging us. Okay, thank you very much. You may all now have your seats. Thank you. Okay, I'm sure you'll all agree that it's been such an informative Congress thus far, and we still have one more panel session to go. The title of this session is People, Planet, and Partnership. So here we're going to be trying to navigate that intersection between commerce and sustainability. And the moderator of this session is Angela Ukara-Makinwa. She's the Director of Client Engagement, Strategy, and Creative at EXP Marketing Nigeria. Angela is a passionate person who believes in dignity of hard work. She's highly skilled in the design and management of brand experience, customer service, relationship management, and the likes. Please put your hands together for Angela Ukara-Makinwa.
Good afternoon. Are we tired? I know, but don't worry, this will be very quick. The whole day we've been talking about retail and the opportunities and the barriers and the regulation and the policies. But at the end of the day, it's about putting all of these things together and making it make sense. Like the MC announced, we'll be talking about people, planet, partnerships. These are described as the triple bottom line, that sustainability framework that measures the success of a business. If you recall, the earlier things that were mentioned had people in different sectors. When they were talking about data, we knew those that were the experts. When it was retail, we knew the experts. But this is about all of us and the planet that we live in. Let's put our hands together for that, please. So this concerns all of us. So I'm going to invite us to please pay attention. Don't worry, we'll be done very briefly. And joining me to talk about this, I'd like to invite Henry Onukuba. Is he around? Can he please come to the stage? Thank you very much, sir. He's a senior fellow and full-time faculty at Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. He's the academic director of the Global Chief Executive Program, run in collaboration with Yale School of Management and Strathmore University Business School, Nairobi. Let's clap for him once more. Thank you. Victoria, are you in the room, please? Victoria. Thanks, ma'am. Please come to the stage. Let's clap for her. Victoria is a public relations professional with over 20 years of experience. Can we clap, please? 20 years experience across various industries, including entertainment, beauty, healthcare, ICT, food, and beverages. In her current role, she's responsible for enhancing and maintaining Nestle Nigeria's image, influence, and reputation, and she's very big on sustainability. Please, let's give her a round of applause. We're going to be inviting Arese Lucia Onagise. Is she here? Lucia, please. Is she joining us online? Okay, we'll go to the... Yes. Lucia is here. Please, let's give Lucia a round of applause. Lucia is a postgraduate degree from Imperial College with over 20 years experience as an occupational health, safety, and environmental sustainability expert. Let's clap for her one more time. Thank you. We will also be inviting Margaret Banjo. Thanks, ma'am. Margaret is the founder and group CEO of Altadeka Pearl, United Kingdom, and Altadeka Nigeria. She's an experienced senior retail professional and consultant of over 25 years. Let's give it up for her, please. Thank you. And then, of course, we have one more person who will be joining us. Jean, are you around, please? Is Jean around? Is he around or is he joining us online? Okay, we will get onto it very quickly. Like I stated in the beginning when I started, I did say that the whole day we've been talking about retail, data, policy, regulation, and it seems to be like we all heard ourselves in different parts and corners and sectors, either because we didn't understand data, or we didn't understand regulation, or we didn't understand retail. But this is about us. This is about people, allowing people to walk with dignity, taking people away from poverty, because at the end of the day, the whole essence of what we're talking about is all this, ensuring that our planet is good enough to sustain us and the future generations, and ensuring that partnerships that are built are for global sustainability and development. And that's what we're talking about here. And it's such a beautiful topic to round up the day. Haven't spoken about all the other aspects of what makes up the entire planet and people, as it were. So very quickly, I'm going to be starting with Margaret. My question will be, in the current retail landscape, how are retailers fostering a sense of community and empowering local talent while staying globally competitive, and what specific examples can be highlighted?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's awesome to be here. The question about people has always been one of the big barriers in retail. And as mentioned by Haresh earlier, or even the question asked by one of the audience, is that there is a high turnover in retail. And it's not just the front line. There is high turnover in every part of retail. And then it's now down to the company culture to figure out how do we keep our people, how do we create a sense of community that gives people a purpose. And it's by connecting their own personal purpose to the company's purpose. And that's how we start creating this community of people who come to work and they're fulfilling their own purpose and helping the organization to fulfill its purpose. So we want people who fit with the vision and mission of the organization in order for us to keep them. But then, going further from that, and that usually starts at the stage of selection, the kind of people you select to work with you, you're asking the question, do they fit within your organization? Are they the right fit? But going further from that is also that organizations need to provide the tools that employees need in order to be productive and efficient and actually do the job properly. In instances where I have worked with organizations having issues with turnover, especially here in Nigeria, it is usually the case that the top management expectation is not aligned with the circumstances or the environment within which their employees work. So I'm not going to mention the name of the company, but one example will be where I was trying to build capabilities in data analytics for a retailer, and this is a new skill set that the team are acquiring. However, the expectation of the owner does not match the growth pattern that is being created. And when I said to her, it would take 3 years, she did not agree with me. But as we went through the process, and she patiently allowed me to do the onboarding and create the capabilities for her so that her team now works as we work in the UK. And she realized, yes, it does take time. And now she's more patient with her team and allows them to acquire the skills and tools they need to do the work before setting performance metrics. And that way, the stress is taken out from the employee and also from the management, because you know that you're on a journey. And when you get there, it is a sweet spot where your team understands their deliverables and they know what your expectation is. So until you've given them those tools in order for them to be able to do their job, you have no right to your high expectations. So it takes two. If you want your staff to stay, especially after heavy investment in training and development, and you want to get that return back, it requires patience on both the management and the employee and realistic expectation of what stage the employee is at. And by doing so, your employee becomes the, the influencer for your organization. They talk about how great it is to work in your organization, because once they have the tools, they are more confident to do their job, and they do it happily. And so they become the mouth speaker for you. They do the branding for you and all of that. Oh, it's so awesome to work in so-and-so. So I am not stressed. I know exactly what I need to do. And one more thing. There is the pitfall of promoting people into management because they are technically good, but not necessarily because they have technical skills. So when you're looking at your people for promotion, if they are great technically, but they have the potential to be great managers, they need training and education. And I know that LBS has designed a retail professionals training that helps to develop people to be able to manage properly in a retail organization. So that's how the community starts. People stay longer, they make friends, they are not stressed in their job, and they can grow with your business, and you can get return on investment on training.
Thank you so much. I think that was pretty straightforward. What you have said is that it's absolutely important to make sure that people you select to join you in your journey fit into your vision and your mission, so that they then become ambassadors for what you stand for as you move along. I'm coming to you, Victoria, in terms of building partnership, because that's basically what we do, subject to what Margaret just said. When you employ people and you've taken them through what you're about and what you're planning to grow, you're building a partnership. And sometimes the partnership can move from technical people, management people, local artisans or traditional craftspeople, be they whatever it is. How can you promote cultural heritage and sustainability and enable shared prosperity? Because that's what this is about. They do their job well, they get paid well, perhaps, and you earn more. And so we all win. What would you say to that, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting conversations around building partnerships, because partnerships can be internal and external. Most times when we think about partnership, we're thinking about external, but there is a partnership that starts with the people. And I think you've spoken to that very well. When people do their work well and they get paid well, that's what at Nestle we call creating shared value. It ensures that everybody's delivering value, the business is delivering value to the people are delivering value to the business, and they're getting paid for delivering that value. And Meg spoke to that very well. She talked about, building your people, ensuring that your purposes are aligned, the purposes of the people and the purposes of the company are aligned. That way everybody's working together towards one goal. People are equipped with what they need to deliver what they need to deliver, and that is the only time that you have a right to expect them to deliver on that, and then you build partnerships. Now, another thing that is important, also starting from the selection process, is to explain, to communicate your goals, your objectives very, very clearly. Right from your announcement, you need to do that so that people know what they're signing on for. And it's a good thing with the new generation. You're talking about the planet. This is about all of us. It's about how do you keep your business sustainable. And today we've heard a lot about the opportunity that exists in retail. I don't think any company or any business can succeed without the retail part. It doesn't matter what you create, whether they're services, whether they're products, whether they're food or cars or whatever it is, you need the retail part. And I think that culturally, we've been a commercial people in Nigeria. If we look at the biggest businesses that we have, those who have grown biggest, it's all about the commerce, right? We're talking about e-commerce and all of that going forward, and that's really growing, which is good. Now, something that is critical in all of that is what keeps it sustainable. What will make a Kingsway stay in Nigeria for longer than they did? What will make a UAC survive longer than they have or that they're surviving? What will make Spa stay on, right? What will make the up-and-coming retail outlets grow? What will make the OPE, Money Point, what will keep us sustainable in the long term? It all comes down to the people. It comes down to the partnerships that you're growing with your people. Now, taking that beyond your own staff, we're talking about everyone else that is connected to your business. There is someone who builds the technology back end for you. There is someone who is the front person who is selling it out there. There is somebody who is carrying it on their platforms. There are the media organizations, there are the Nairametrics and all of that who are talking about that at the front end. All those are partnerships. And as long as you understand that they are partnerships and you're building from the beginning for sustainability, for understanding, for mutual value creation, then you're building a partnership that will work in the long term, because collaboration, partnership is the secret for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Arese, are you ready for me? Thank you. I am. Good. She just made it, over time, some of us who are not very versed in sustainability always used to think it's something up in the air. But from what you've just said now, it's about pulling all of these things together to make sure that we're all here longer and we're healthier and everybody's better off for it. So, Arisa, I'm going to be asking you, aligning corporate social responsibility with the UN Sustainability Development Goals is an important aim, What measures have retailers taken in current state to align their efforts with these global goals, whether be it in terms of the examples that Victoria or Margaret has given, or in terms of the way that you see it? Some of us need to know more. Is that clear?
Yeah, that's clear.
Thanks, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be on this platform. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So if you look at the way of doing business today, the future of work is showing that your business has to be sustainable over time. And talking about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we have 17 goals. I'll just try to highlight a few that retailers can hinge on to ensure that their businesses are sustainable over time. If we go through the Sustainable Development Goals, let me go to Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. It affects retailers. How are they ensuring that the people that work for them have that decent work environment, the work conditions are good enough for them to be retained, for them to stay over time, for them to continue to ensure that the business grows? Then the second thing is, the retail market today has created a platform for creativity and innovation. And when you go to Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, there needs to be enough infrastructure in place for any business to thrive. What are the innovations that are coming up in these retail businesses? We've had previous discussions where you're talking about e-commerce, online shopping, mobile orders and deliveries. Those are some of the innovations that have come. And if you look at the retail business, they are aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals. I'll look at another goal, Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Wherever any retail business is operating, how do they ensure that the immediate environment, the city they operate, the communities around them are sustainable over time? How can they contribute to that? Some businesses contribute through CSRs, corporate social responsibilities. Sometimes the retail business can be a small business, but no matter how small your business is, you need to ensure that the community where you operate has some positive impact from your business. You can do a small community project that can impact the community positively. The second one I want to talk about is responsible consumption and production. If you look at the production process these days, your production has to be able to design out waste. What is the waste that is generated in your production line? No matter how small the business is, there is no way you will not generate waste. How do you manage that waste and ensure it doesn't affect not only the people, but the planet? Because we're talking about people, planet, in addition to your profit. So today, for your business to be sustainable over time, it's not just how much you make. It's not just about your profit and loss. You're also looking at your environmental, social, and governance issues and how do they affect it. Then you look at climate action, Goal 13. It has to do with climate change. And if you look at climate change, it sounds like a big buzzword, but how does it really affect? And it goes back to your waste management, your transportation along your value chain, your energy sources. What kind of energy are you using? Renewable energy sources? What kind of supplies are you doing? And then finally, and most importantly, Goal 17, which is partnership for the goals. We have also realized that for the retail market and businesses in general, you cannot do it alone. You need a supply chain, you need a value chain, and it hinges on what Victoria spoke on earlier, collaboration and partnership, both internal and external. So for businesses, especially in the retail market, to thrive, they need to ensure they have the right collaboration and they have the right partnership to ensure that they can be sustainable over time. So those are just some of the Sustainable Development Goals that I've tried to break down to see how retail markets or retail businesses can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals so that they will last over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Arisi. That's a whole lot, but thank you so much. It's good to know that we have people who understand how all these things come together. Henry, I'm going to be coming to you. I'm a woman, sorry, forgive me. Of all the developmental goals that she was mentioning, the one that struck me the most was the one that has to do with empowering women and those who are marginalized. I know that at some time, maybe this year or last year, female-owned SME were contributing around 40% or less, or thereabouts, to the Nigerian business ecosystem. And it does look like there's been a decline, sort of. I'm just wondering, in this context, what current strategies and initiatives can be implemented to actively promote diversity and inclusion within the retail industry, especially because we know that there are a whole lot of women in that retail, especially the informal trade. What can we do to make sure both whether employment and entrepreneurship opportunities get across to the people that matter most, if you may? Sorry.
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Can you hear me? First of all, let me say that I'm blessed in this panel. I'm the only man among the ladies, unlike the last panel. I've been looking at your faces, and we seem to be standing between you and lunch. So I'm going to tell you some stories to brighten your day. First of all, how many of us here are HR managers? How many of us here are HR managers? How many of us? Only very few. So the rest of us, what are you managing? What is HR? Human resource. So are you managing chairs and tables? So we are all HR managers. Everything we've been talking about this morning, without people, it will not work. Without all of you here, it will not work. So you notice, I don't know if you notice, I'm having, there's a rope, it's not, well, you could call it style, but it was out of necessity on my glasses. So on Monday, I was about to enter the class, and my glasses got broken. So though I had a spare, but that spare wasn't good enough. So I quickly went to look for another glasses, a pair of glasses, and I got one. And because I was in a hurry to try it out, by the time they now fixed it, they discovered that it was a little bit oversized. So what do I do? Continue using the old one, which was giving me some pains, or get this? So we're just talking. I was talking with the MD of the eye clinic, and she said, "Sir, there's nothing we can do. You chose the glasses yourself, so you have to choose another one." So out of frustration, I just started to go and drop the glasses. And then the lady there, a very young lady, said, "Sir, well, we can do something about it. Can we tie a rope around this glass, at least to hold it?" And it was such a brilliant idea. And I put it on, and it fitted very well. And I called the MD, I said, "Don't worry, I've sorted myself out." What are we talking about? It's about initiative. How many of you who are business owners give your people the space to think outside the box, to be initiative, to have some initiatives? I went to a shop, I won't mention the shop. This is a shop that I used to patronize every now and then. We were amongst the first set of customers. In fact, I was such a good customer that they gave me a Christmas cake at Christmas. So each time I went to the shop, I would buy, those days, 50,000, 70,000 worth of provision. And so this day I went to that shop, and I bought all I wanted to buy, and I noticed I didn't have Seaway water. So I said, "Please, let me take 2 bottles of Seaway. When I come back the following day, I will give you the bottle." And the lady said, "Sorry, sir, it's against our policy." I said, "It is me, you are a customer." He said, "Yes, sir, we know that it's better against her." How much was Seaway bottle there? It was 1,200 naira. Bottle and water, not just the water. So if I took 2,400 and didn't come back with the bottle, the profit that supermarket made from that my purchase alone that day was more than that. But even the manager could not use her initiative to say, okay, take the bottle, come back tomorrow and bring it. We know you. So as I was leaving that shop, I told them, if I left that shop without these bottles, I won't come back. And they allowed me to go. That was about 8 years ago. I have not come back. And I left, my wife left with me. Okay, my wife stopped buying there. So what are we talking about? You know, when sales are down, we look for all the fantastic ideas, strategy session, technology, and all that, forgetting that people make it happen. The people are the reasons why we are in business. If our people don't have that line of sight, that have, Haresh was talking about ownership mentality. Let me do things. This is my company. This is my supermarket. This is my shop. You know, my friend there, Nnamdi, when I lost my phone abroad, I came down to Nigeria and I called him and he said, I would connect you to my friends, my guys in the office to get a phone. The kind of service I received, I was asking myself, was it because MD recommended me to them? They know that I'm MD's friend. That's why they were giving me that service. But I've been to Slot other times. I didn't get such service. But those you guys, you are so good to me. So you see, so it's about people. Our people will make us succeed, make us sell, or make us not sell, no matter the kind of technology, the artificial intelligence we have or not. Sorry for digressing, Angela. Back to your question. You see, the inclusion and diversity, they are different things. Okay? You can have diversity without inclusion. So first, you start with diversity. You must have gender action plan. Gender action plan. Your gender action plan must include things like even the recruitment. How do you recruit your people? Where do you go to recruit the people? Then you have things about hiring and selection. You can say we should have a particular percentage of a gender. When you talk about gender equality, it's gender equality, not female equality. So gender equality could also be against the male. For instance, in this panel, there's no gender equality. You know. So selection, training. There should also be mentoring. There should be consciousness about what we call unconscious bias. Unconscious bias is when you do things, you discriminate against a particular gender unconsciously. Let's say there's a problem that comes up in your mind, a man would handle it. That's an unconscious bias. Okay, so things about training, things about empowerment, things about the whole policy is about the culture. Now, for the female the female gender now, because you mentioned that it's just 7%. Now, Nigeria has 49% women population. So for every 10 Nigerians, you have almost equal, you know, but it is not represented in the businesses, even in politics. Policymakers is not represented. So what do? We need to come up with gender-specific action plans to help the female entrepreneurs, you know, maybe soft loans, maybe things like training and development, so that, you know, we have programs targeted at female entrepreneurship so that they get that kind of awareness and, you know, education that will help them to set up and to run their own businesses. My wife runs her business, and I know the challenges she goes through running that business. But I think policies can help, education can help, mentoring can help, and creating awareness can help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that explanation, especially for my female folks. There's always this tendency to think that equality or inequality is just a female thing. It's nice to know that the expectation is that at every point in time, this must extend to both male and female. Victoria, I'm going to come back to you. I see that we have talked a whole lot about partnership, we've talked about people, but we haven't talked about the planet. So I'm going to ask you a question on planet, and immediately after that, we'll take some question, not more than 2 from our audience, and then we can answer and wrap up every single one. But let me quickly go to this. Supply chain management innovation, or whatever word we want to put there, can reduce waste and environmental impact. And that will ultimately affect what our planet looks like, whether it be today or in the future. What current innovations are being employed that you know about? And what are the environmental benefits that have been achieved thus far, or that can be achieved if we're not doing anything at all? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So retail, especially in manufacturing, in whatever sector, the supply chain has a big impact. Logistics play a big role in those businesses, and so there is an impact on the environment. But what can we do to reduce this impact on the environment? And these are some of the things that we do at Nestle as well. We're looking at our whole supply chain and to see where the opportunities are to reduce the carbon impact. Now, one of the key things that we do is transport, whether it's the raw materials to the factory or the finished products out of the factory and through the retail process. And today we're talking about retail. And earlier I was sitting with the team, and we're having some discussions around the big supermarkets. We're talking about the neighborhood supermarkets, the markets and all of that. So there is a lot of movement that goes on in those areas. Now, what can we do? One thing that we can do is to be more innovative, to be more creative around moving goods, whether they are finished products or unfinished products. Can we consolidate? Can we move them more efficiently? Can we use smaller trucks or bigger trucks? Which ones have more impact and all of that? So these studies are going on. Can we actually use other systems? I mean, we've been talking about a long time about can we move towards trains, using trains to transport the goods instead of trucks. And now with the cost of diesel, I think we have more of an incentive to look at that, right? Are there other ways of moving our products across? Now, can we be more efficient in the use of our people? Can we move things in bulk to a specific place instead of moving them one truck after the other? Can we consolidate and then just move it? I mean, there's something that happens in shipping as well. You can buy one container of a product, another person can buy a pack, and we consolidate it and we move it together. So those are some of the things that are happening. Now, another thing that we are beginning to look at is, okay, well, even within the production value chain, within your systems as well, what are you moving? How are people moving to work? Are you going to get buses to move people together instead of each person moving alone? Are we going to have one person that covers a specific area so he doesn't have to travel so far out of his neighborhood to cover his area? So in short, what I'm saying is that there is a lot of analysis that needs to be done. We need to consolidate our activities, our actions in ways that really help us to improve our ecosystem. Now, talking about the raw materials as well, there are different kinds of raw materials that you use within production, and it's been found that agriculture is one of the greatest impactors when it comes to carbon in our environment. So we're looking towards more regenerative farming practices to ensure that we're regenerating the environment and protecting the environment. These regenerative farming practices are being taught directly to the farmers, so they produce in a different way. Now, we're also looking at the way we manufacture. We can be more efficient. We can use different kinds of methods of manufacturing that impacts the environment less. So also in our use of power, are we going towards more green energy, more biogas, more regenerative, or energy that we can reuse and reuse? Are we looking towards using water to power some of our machinery? Are we looking at using the water or reusing our water? Are we looking at harvesting rainwater? So these are all the things that we can do. And there's a lot that can happen within the value chain. What impact will that have? That will reduce our carbon footprints. That would also help us to think more creatively around how we can not only leave the environment the way we found it, but make it better by the time that we're leaving this environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. We will have to start wrapping up. Aressa, please get ready. Are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Thanks, my darling. Okay, we're going to be taking 2 questions. And Aressa, I'm going to be starting with you. If it's not broken, no point fixing it. So I'm doing the same thing the last moderator did. 1 male, 1 female. Are there questions? Thank you, sir. Is there a female? Excellent. Thank you. So, is it okay, sir, if I start with the female? Thanks a lot. So, let's have your question. Does she have a microphone, please? You can use this. Please come so we don't keep. Is it going? Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So my question basically is on, maybe I'll just address it to the women panelists. Would you say there is enough being done by women in business to curb the issue of sexual-based violence, right? Because this is alarmingly on the increase. Just in the past couple of weeks, we've had cases of this going viral on the internet. And specifically, I'll talk about a woman that backed out of a case. I'm sure a lot of us are aware of it on the internet. And why I am bringing this here is because I've realized a lot of organizations take CSR to be branding. So you have situations where a corporate organization just goes to a community and then they have members of the community wear their shirts and pose for pictures or for chase clouting and social media. The same with most organizations that intervene when there is a viral case on women, violence against women, or sexual-based violence in general. So would you really say that women-led businesses are doing enough to curb this? How impactful are the initiatives that they are carrying? Because when the world has already gone beyond this level, we are still talking about men beating their women, emotionally abusing their women. And I believe it's all as a result of women not economically informed. So what initiatives are women-led businesses taking to ensure this is a thing of the past? Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. What's your name, please?
Oh, sorry. Anna Wiyat Yakubu.
It's nice to meet you, ma'am. Aressa, would you like to take that, please? And then wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And I believe the question is targeted at the society, not specifically for businesses. However, one of the common trends is that people do not speak out. Because before it gets to that stage, it has started already. Just like we say in safety, when a near miss happens, when the man starts, he slaps you, you don't report or you don't take it up, then it becomes a beating. So our culture does not really encourage people to speak out. If people speak out more, I believe it will be addressed. And I also know that Lagos State has a unit that you can report those cases. But how many of the neighbors, how many of the family members actually report? Sometimes people that find themselves in that situation cannot really speak out. They are in the situation because of the cultural bias. What will people say? I mean, in our Africa context, what will people say? There will be blames to them. So there needs to be more avenue for people to speak out. There needs also to be a support group that will support those women when they speak out. And there needs to be an enabling environment for people to actually express themselves, especially in the environment we find ourselves. So back to your question, to summarize it, are we doing enough? No, we're not doing enough. We can do more. And then lastly, I want to say that our men should also encourage us, and especially in businesses, to empower us more instead of being violent to us. That's how I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Aressa. Henry, would you like to give your take on that question and then wrap up as well?
Thank you very much. Some of us in LBS are actually gender equality champions. So the first question is, what is the culture of the organization? Does the culture of the organization encourage or speak against that? Do you have a gender violence policy against gender violence in your organization? You as the leader or the supervisor of the people that you supervise, is it all about work? How emotionally intelligent are you to realize when somebody that is working with you is down, is feeling down? Are you looking at the person's emotional composure? If somebody, for instance, has been beaten at home and the person comes to work, you will notice that something is wrong. Did you ask questions? Does the person trust you enough to tell you what happened at home? Do you have a policy that encourages whistleblowing? What examples do you give to those who are guilty of those gender violence? All of these are some questions you need to ask. And if your answers are they don't exist, then you are encouraging that. But let me also say that gender violence is not just about women. Also men, there's also violence against men. Yes. Good. Yes. So it's both ways, eh? Yeah, it's both ways, okay? Yeah, it's both ways. So, but you must have a policy that discourages that, and it has to be part of your culture, part of your DNA, so that everybody in the organization knows that this is no. And once that is done, and then on the individual level, the persons that work with you, be their friends, know when they are sad, when they are, when they are disturbed, ask questions, and if they trust you enough, they may open up to you. Thank you.
Let's clap for Henry. He has a way of always... Yes, your turn, sir. Margaret, I'll be coming to you.
Thank you.
You'll answer his questions and then you wrap up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Banjo. I call myself, I'm a lawyer and also a railway man, so to speak. But for the case of brevity, I'll stay here as a railway man because lawyers are known for speaking too much. Now, I think what I wanted to reference was the 3 panels that we had. And I was thinking about the African free trade, blah, 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 blah. My concern is, there was a mention earlier on about the last mile of retail. And I'm thinking about the first mile of retail. In the last 3 months, in August, September, and October, 3 boats capsized in the Niger and the Benue, taking about 500 Nigerians into the sea. Estimates. Now, on those boats, people were carrying goods and materials, cement, roofing tiles, and iron rods that they've bought. So food items going to shops. Now, I think in Africa, generally, when we talk about retail, we think of the urban centers, the big cities, the big malls. We forget about the people in the rural areas who bring the goods and the raw materials to the manufacturers and the supply chain. Our supply chain is broken. People in the villages are poorer because we don't think about them sufficiently. So my question is, it's a challenge to the African Retail Academy, to London Business School. You must put transportation in your agenda for retail from beginning to the end. So the question is, how are we going to harmonize transport strategies and policies, business requirements, and also our planet commitment to make sure that everybody is included? So my question is, LBS, please do something about transport in the Retail Academy. People don't suffer rich. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Margaret, are you up to that?
I can have a stab at it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that question. I think we can put it on the people. The question is relating to the welfare of people, retailers, the buyers, the people who go around to source the goods and bring it to the market. And if the people in the rural areas have no safe access to transport goods, obviously it has an overall impact on cost of goods. So if goods are rotting away, especially farm produce, I read somewhere that Africa can feed the whole world more than once, about 2-3 times over. Just Africa, the continent, can feed the whole world. But what is happening is that 50% of our food produce are actually wasting away in the farm before they get to the last person. So right from the beginning, we've already lost 50%. And when we think about the environmental effect on agricultural produce, by the way, I'm also a farmer, other than being a retailer. So this is close to my heart as well. So when you think of the environmental impact on production, on yield, you begin to understand that first of all, the environment has reduced the yield, then they lose 50% of the produce, and no wonder even Gary that we produce here in Nigeria is expensive, because whatever is left is what people are going to price in order for them also to be able to earn a living, pay school fees and every other bills that they have to pay and have a living. So we can see how everything is connected and everything is all in the circle of that. And when we talk about value chain in business, this is what it is all about. So we now go back to who is responsible for this part. You know, the government, unfortunately, we have to go back to the economic stability, macroeconomic growth, and policies, government policies, consistency, policies that have a human face, that actually think about the people that the policies will affect. So it's a no-brainer that the government should start looking at the interior parts of the country, the rural areas where the farms are, the road networks. I saw a video online shared by my alumni, Warwick alumni, Nigerian Warwick alumni, and the video shows a road somewhere in the east where every day a lorry, a tanker will turn over. And when you look at the road, it's like a gully. No wonder food gets stuck, and by the time they fix the car, push it out, the food is already gone. So these are some of the things where we are causing ourselves unnecessary pain. No African should go hungry. There's so much. We pour pepper at the back of our house and it grows. There should be no hunger, no food hunger, no food poverty in Africa. So I understand where you're coming from, and it's unfortunate that we do not have all the regulatory bodies here, but hopefully our conversation and our message will get to somebody. And as a wrap-up, I just want to say that once we start having strategies that are people-focused, a lot of retail problems will be solved because, like I said earlier, it's a loop. You are able to generate an economy that serves your employee, then it creates affordability, then you have a growing middle class, then the economy grows, and all the money comes back around. So we focus on the people, and we get the answer to most of the challenges and the barriers that we face in retail.
Thank you, Margaret. People, I did say that when we started that this is about us, all of us gathered here. Victoria, do you want to give us your take on that question and then your wrap up as well? Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I think that Meg has spoken to most of it. If we look at the panel topic, it's people, planet, partnerships. Now, if we start, as Meg said, to think about the people focus, consumer focus, people at the center of your business, then you now think about what sustains the people. That's the planet. How do we look after the planet? How do we look after the people? That's the partnerships. We've talked about the regulators not being in the room, the government not being in the room. Everybody needs to work together. We need every sector, every stakeholder to take some action one action or the other. And the only way that we can see the linkages between those actions is when we come together in that partnership that we speak about. So who needs to ensure that the roads are good? Who needs to ensure that the farmers have safe access? Who needs to ensure that they can earn a decent wage? Who needs to ensure that they have a route to market? Who needs to ensure that they have a regular market where they can send these products to so that they can take care of their families? If we look at our farmers, right, we look at the average age of farmers right now, 50. Why? Because the younger ones cannot see the benefit in that and even think about producing this food that can feed the world 2 times over. And that's just using farming as one example. Now, today's topic is really super important. Each of us sitting in this room belongs to one stakeholder group or the other. Each of us sitting in this room is part of one business or the other. No business, no matter how big and strong and powerful it looks like today, will survive if our planet does not survive. No business will survive if our ecosystem is not growing. No system will survive, no company will survive if we're not growing our collective economy. Partnership is at the heart of it, and we need to come together seriously and think about how we can partner, how each of us will supply our own part of the value chain to ensure that we're building an economy that will last and taking advantage of the huge opportunity that exists in retail in our Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. That will be all from us. Thank you so much for your participation, even though you were hungry, but thank you. Let's give this beautiful panel a round of applause.
Can we have Professor Uzo up to join the picture? Professor Nzegu, are you here as well? Okay.
So we're going to present the gifts to our panel speakers right now. We would like to thank our speakers online for also participating. We will use eCommerce to send the gifts to them. Namdi Eke is here. I hope Konga will be able to do that for us. Thank you. For free, eh? For free. Okay. Thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's been a slight adjustment to the schedule. Right now, we're supposed to break for lunch, but we kind of appreciate, the time is fast spent, and it might be difficult for you to return here in the same way if we break for lunch now. So we've decided to just delay that till the very end. Whilst we have a few more items on the agenda, we'll go through that really quickly, have the vote of thanks, and then we'll have lunch and networking as the closing, okay? So right now we're going to move swiftly to the Retail Awards. the Retail Awards, where we'll be rewarding those who have been exemplary in the African retail sector. The first category we'll be dealing with today, bear with me one moment, is the Best Retail Organization for Innovation Excellence. Best Retail Organization for Innovation Excellence. And the finalists there are Omni Retail. Round of applause, please, as we go. Everyday Group of Company Limited. Nigerian Bottling Company. If you're right here, can you come on stage, please? If you're one of the finalists. Omni Retail, Everyday Group of Company Limited, Nigerian Bottling Company, Endpoint Technology Limited, Health Plus Limited, and Kobo 360. Can we have representatives on stage? And can we call on Ugo Obichukwu to make this presentation, please? A round of applause for Ugo Obichukwu. Represented by Chidi Okoro. Is Chidi Okoro here, please? A round of applause for Chidi Okoro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chidi Okoro as he takes the Retail Awards speech. Thank you very much.
Good. So I'm standing between everyone and lunch. You can see the faces are down. Okay, so I'll try to keep this. I think this year we received overwhelming number of applications. The Retail Academy is evolving all over time. And we all agree that retail is, even where it's local, it's traditional, but retail is very innovative. Much of innovation we find in this country is coming out of retail, whether you're in financial services or white goods or FMCG, whatever you have. So we received incredible number of entries, and it was open entry. So it was basically the people choosing who were the best in different categories. So which categories am I presenting now? All of them? All of them? So there were 5 categories, right? 5, right? 5. I see 5 here. Okay, just pitch. Okay. So 5 categories, and I'm going to mention the 5. I see 5 here. Is there a 6th one? The 6th one? It's 5. It's 5. Good. Oh, great. So what I'm going to do, the first one is a most innovative retail organization. We've spoken about innovation. I think the panelists also did allude to that. Technology is helping drive that. Even within the traditional space, you have so much innovation. So we do have, I think that one is going to be presented by who now? Who's going to present? That's the first one. So we'll go to the second one. I think later they make the presentations. Yeah. So the other one is the omni-channel. Online, digital is taking its place in retail. Even within that traditional space, again, you see that. So we're going to recognize organizations that actually integrate both online and offline. And many companies are doing that. Much of retail we know are doing that. That's the second one. The third one is on footprint. Sometimes we can think about retail from point of view of transactions, just make money. I think it's beyond that. We're now thinking about footprint. And we're also thinking sustainability and ethical business practices. That organization will be recognized as well. The fourth is about differentiation in retail. I think I sit on the board of a couple of retail organizations. And one of the questions we always ask ourselves, why will someone come to buy from us and not from our competitors? So we recognize organizations that are really leading in that area of differentiation. There's also the one of range excellence. So we're seeing a couple of retailers become hypermarkets of sort. So you can walk into a retail store, it could be a pharmacy, a white goods store, FMCG store, apparel store, and you can buy everything across the range. So we're going to go, so for the first category, we're going to call Ugo Obichukwu, that's the CEO, founder, Nairametrics, to present that. So Ugo, please.
Thank you very much, sir. So I have the winner here. You know, how do they do it in Big Brother again? They call, is it KPMG or PwC? Anyway, everyone who was mentioned here is a winner, by the way. So, but there can only be one winner. So I'm just going to carefully open it. So the winner, Best Retail Organization for Innovation Excellence, is Endpoint Technologies Limited. Congratulations. Your representative here, Endpoints. I can see them. Again, the award is for Best Retail Organization for Innovation Excellence.
Round of applause for them, please. Round of applause. Keep it going.
Congratulations, Endpoint Technology Limited. Please put your hands together for them once again. Congratulations. Now, moving on to the next award to be given today, and this is the Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade. So for our finalists, if you're being announced as a finalist, please make your way upstage to get your certificate before the winner is announced. So the finalists for the Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade are Cornerstone Insurance PLC. Please put your hands together for them. Cornerstone Insurance PLC, we have Celebration Cards and Gifts Limited. Can we have your representatives make their way upstage? We have Cars 45, we have Health Plus, as well as Emadeb Energy Services Limited. Please put your hands together for them as they make the stage. Congratulations on being finalists. And to present the award for the winner today, please put your hands together as I make welcome the Director of the Department of Executive Education here at Lagos Business School. Please put your hands together for Mr. Victor Banjo.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I join the members of the Academy Retail Board in thanking you for coming, and I have the honor of presenting the winner of the Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade. And the winner is, drum roll, being part of the advisory board for the Retail Academy for me has been a source of joy. From the foundation and all the hard work that goes in, we have to keep on thanking our board members who are still here at this time when I'm the slot. And so, because the work that goes into the working through the nominations, the selections, and also the final award is a lot for all the partners. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure to announce Health Plus as a winner in the best retail organization in omnichannel trade. Health Plus.
Congratulations, Health Plus. A round of applause for Health Plus, please. A round of applause for Health Plus. Thank you. Winner, Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade.
Stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, stand up for the champions.
Round of applause for our winners, Health Plus, thank you. And congratulations, Health Plus. Okay, so we move to the third category today, and that's the Best Retail Organization for Footprint Excellence. Best Retail Organization for Footprint Excellence. And the finalists here are Slot Systems Limited. Round of applause for them. Please come up on stage. Slot Systems Limited. We have Booker Hospitality Limited. Round of applause for them. And then we have Emadeb Energy Services Limited. Our three nominees. Round of applause for them. Can we have representatives of Slot, Booker Hospitality Limited, and Emadeb Energy Services on stage? Thank you. And then to present the actual winner, we'll call on Mr. Chidi Okoro.
And the winner for Best Retail Organization for Footprint Excellence. You want to give? Where are the three? Are they there? Okay, Booker Hut here. Emadeb Energy Services, their representatives should please come on stage. That's Booker Hut, Emadeb. Yeah. Okay, good. Do we have all three? Okay. Booker Hut not here. We can hold that. Okay. The winner for Best Retail Organization for Footprint Excellence, Booker Hut. Yeah. I don't think they are represented. Are they here? Anyone from Booker Hut? Booker Hut?
Booker Hospitality, any representatives here?
Booker Hut Hospitality, no representative.
Okay. Send it to them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidi Okoro. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Chidi Okoro. Thank you.
All right, then moving on to the fourth category. This award is going to the Best Retail Organization in Differentiation. The Best Retail Organization in Differentiation. And the finalists are the Lacasera Company Limited. Do we have a representative here? Please keep your hands jamming as they make the stage. We also have Vanguard Pharmacy Limited. Do we have representatives here? Nition Incorporated. Please keep it jamming as they take the stage. It's not easy to be a finalist. The fourth finalist is Celebrations Cards and Gifts Limited. Do we have a representative here? Please make your way to the stage. And last but not the least, we have Food Co. Nigeria Limited. That's the final finalist for the category of Best Retail Organization in Differentiation. Please put your hands together for them once again. Congratulations for being finalists. You all have put in the work all the year round. And while certificates are being distributed in the background, to present the award for the best retail organization and differentiation, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Monica Emunjeze to make that presentation. Are we hungry? Are we tired? Keep it jamming now. Don't worry, lunch is waiting for you outside. Don't worry.
Are we good? So good afternoon again. So the best retail organization in differentiation. And the award goes to Night On. Are they here? Yes. Encourage him. Do we have the
champions, for the champions, stand up.
Another round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Nition. Okay, so the next category is Best Retail Organization for Range Excellence. Best Retail Organization for Range Excellence. And the finalists are Everyday Group of Company Limited. Round of applause for them. Can we have your representatives on stage? Everyday Group of Company Limited. Next finalist, So Fresh Neighborhood Market Limited. So Fresh Neighborhood Market Limited. The third finalist, we have Super Saver Supermarket. Round of applause for Super Saver Supermarket. And then we have Priceless Stores and Grocery Limited. Priceless Stores and Groceries Limited. And the last finalist, but definitely not the least, Foodco Nigeria Limited. Round of applause for all the finalists. And to present the award for Best Retail Organization for Range Excellence, we'll call on Meg Banjo. A round of applause for her as she makes her way upstage. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. And the winner of this award is, no surprises here, So Fresh.
Round of applause for So Fresh Limited. Keep the applause coming. Keep the applause coming. These are winners we're talking about. Thank you.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently.
Congratulations, So Fresh. Please keep your hands jamming.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for
Round of applause for So Fresh Neighborhood Market Limited, winners of the Best Retail Organization for Range Excellence.
And this brings us to our final award for the day. And this award goes to the category is the Best Retail Organization in Logistics Mastery. The Best Retail Organization in Logistics Mastery. And the finalists are Truk. Do we have a representative from Truk here? Do we have a representative from Truk? Please make your way to the stage. Keep your hands jamming for them. The next finalist is Quick Peak. Quick Peak. The third finalist is SHIP, as in SHIIP. And the last finalist is Kobo 360. If we have representatives of these four organizations, please make your way to the stage. Congratulations, Truk. Congratulations, Quick Peak. Congratulations, SHIP. And congratulations to Kobo 360 for making it to the finalist stage. Please put your hands together for them. Keep it jamming, keep it jamming, keep it jamming, keep it jamming. Encourage them. It's no mean feat to make it down to the stage. And to present the award to the winner for the Best Retail Organization in Logistics Mastery. Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? Quick Pig, who are you rooting for? I didn't get that. Truck, who are you rooting for? Kobo 360, who are you rooting for? I didn't get that. Sheep, those at the back, who are you rooting for? Sheep, who are you rooting for at the other end? All right, that's fine. There's only one way to find out. To present this award is Professor Louis Nzegu for the Best Retail Organization in Logistics Mastery. Please put your hands together for him.
I'm going to open it. I've not seen it. Truk. Move anything. Is Truk here? Truck. Oh, truck here. Is anybody from Truck? I think the CEO is out of the country on a course, right? Yes, okay. Thank you very much. We're going to keep it, who going to be on, who do we, for example, we can leave it. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much, Professor Louis Nzegu. Please put your hands together for our finalists and our winners. Hopefully, we will be having a lot more of us make it down to the final stage by this time next year. Now, moving on to the next item on the agenda. We are wrapping up as fast as we can. We are wrapping up. So please be patient. The next item on the agenda would be a book presentation on African stories, which is a quick guide to managing people in retail and hospitality. And the chief launcher for this is Ufoma Ogeleka, who is the general manager of UAC Restaurants. Please put your hands together for her as she takes the stage. Keep it jamming. She's almost here. Keep it jamming. Keep it jamming. Keep it jamming. She's almost here. She's almost here. She's here already.
Good afternoon, everybody. I feel like I've been set up. You put someone from a hospitality business against the people and their meal. But I take the challenge on, and I will just rush through my speech and let us get to lunch in time. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow book enthusiasts, permit me to believe that we're all book enthusiasts one way or the other. It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of Managing People in Retail and Hospitality in Africa, a practitioner's book. This book is a culmination of countless hours of dedication, research, and collaboration. It is a testament to the boundless potential of the retail and hospitality industries on the African continent. In today's globalized world, the management of people is an art that transcends the borders and cultures. It's not just about overseeing staff, it's about empowering individuals, fostering growth, and creating an environment where everyone can thrive. The authors, Belinda Nwosu, a round of applause for her, please, and David Butler, with contributions from various professionals, over 18 of them, have leveraged their expertise and insights to illuminate the path to effective people management in the dynamic and ever-evolving context of retail and hospitality in Africa. Africa's retail and hospitality sectors have been on an exciting trajectory, and this book serves as a beacon guiding us through the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. It delves into the intricacies of recruiting, training, motivating, and retaining talent in a sector that thrives on customer experience and service excellence. The knowledge within these pages will undoubtedly play a pivotal role in shaping the future of these industries. As the chief launcher, I am reminded of the collective effort and the shared vision that brought this project to fruition. I would like to express my gratitude to the authors for their dedication and expertise, the publishers for their unwavering support, and all those who contributed to this endeavor. It, however, doesn't end here. The real impact of this book will be measured by its readers, by all of us. I encourage everyone to read it, to absorb its wisdom, and to apply the insights to our businesses, careers, not just in the realm of retail and hospitality in Africa, but across our varying industries of play. Let this book be the catalyst that inspires positive change, innovation, and success in our respective fields. I invite you all to celebrate not just the book itself, but the knowledge, the possibilities, and the opportunities it presents. Let us join hands to usher in a new era of excellence in managing people. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make this book launch the beginning of something extraordinary. Thank you so much for being here, and without further ado, I declare Managing People in Retail and Hospitality in Africa, a practitioner's book, officially launched. Thank you.
So I'd like to congratulate Dr. Belinda Nwosu, who has spent the last 365 days putting this together for us, and all the other chapter contributors. And now we're about to unveil the book, and I'll call on Nsima to count a number for us to use to unveil the book.
Thank you very much. So we're going to do odd numbers from 10 to 0. And I'd like the audience to join us in the count from odd numbers. So the first odd number is 9, 7, 5, 3, 1, and it's unveiled that way. Thank you very much. We appreciate the work that has gone into this book. I think all of the prof, don't leave yet, please. You pick a copy. You just hold it and show it. The photographers would like to. And this book, we would appreciate pledges from the audience to launch it, to appreciate the work that has gone into this. We spoke a lot about knowledge, information, education, and this is the starting point. So if you have a pledge to make, we're not going to do that ceremony now because of time. Please reach out to any of the people you see here, any of the ushers, and you can make your pledge to support this cause. But if you have anybody here that wants to make a pledge, your touch, your move, we can give you the microphone very briefly. Alternatively, we would take your pledges after now. So congratulations to Dr. Belinda. And the books are available for sale outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Chief Launcher, author, editor, and all those on stage. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, so we come to the last item on the agenda. I'm sure you're happy to hear that. Okay, which is the presentation of the retail framework as well as the vote of thanks. And to conduct these two last items, we have Professor Uchenna Uzo. He is the faculty director here at the Lagos Business School. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief because of time. We were hoping to have the Lagos State Commissioner here to present this, but unfortunately, he's not here. I'm trying to look for his name now. Dr. Olumide Oluyinka, Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development of Lagos State, but he's not here, or maybe he's still on his way. I think, but what I just wanted to share is that here at the Africa Retail Academy, we've spent the last 6 months putting together a framework, a draft of what would hopefully become a national policy framework. I would like to especially thank Dr. Monica, who is here. She did a great job as part of the policy team, Dr. Monica Emunjeze, who is here, and also other members who played a role. This document has 5 thematic areas. So there's e-commerce, there's distribution, there's retail education. Somebody talked about transportation, Banjo, there's a bit about that there. And there's about infrastructure in general. And there are a couple of policy recommendations. I won't go through all of them now, but what I can promise you is that we will send a summary to you, everybody that has participated here, so that you can look at the document and you can also contribute to the document. Because after this, what we want to do next is engage those in government and also get their feedback and hopefully get this approved as a framework to guide retail and make retail easier in Nigeria. So I hope I have your assurance that you will look at it and you would make your comments. Yes? Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will now move to my wrap-up. And to just say here, I don't know about you, it's been wonderful, right? It's been action-packed, a lot of learnings, insights about how to transform our retail barriers into opportunities in Nigeria and Africa. As I said at the beginning, retail is not just about buying and selling. Retail is a mindset. And to have that mindset, you need to see retail as a science, retail as involving people, partnerships, collaboration, and so on and so forth. And I think that's part of what we've tried to explain and to discuss today. So I hope you have your action plan. I hope you've networked. I hope collaboration is going to come out of what we've discussed today. And I hope you are signing up to be part of the Retail Academy. I would like you to turn to, and you can do this by looking at your phone, page 34 of the brochure of today. And if you go there, you will see the Retail Academy's calendar for 2024, where we've detailed everything we want to do. The registration links, the barcodes, and everything you need is available. Some of the events are paid events, some other events are by invitation, and some others are open programs. We also have our online courses that can certify you in retail, which you can take at your pace. They are called self-paced programs. So just take your time to go through everything that is there. And if you don't find what you're looking for there, and you think you need something more customized for your organization, we also do customized programs, so we can have a conversation. And one last thing, something we're also looking at working on next year is seeing how to support different retail businesses that have small retail academies or training institutes of their own, to give you the support that you need to improve the quality of your own academy. So the Africa Retail Academy will be doing that. So having said that, it's just to say a big thank you. Sorry for keeping you hungry, but I think I can assure you that the lunch you are going to have will be one of the best you've ever had. Yeah? So thank you for coming, and we hope to receive you next year. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. I'm sure we've had a fantastic time here at the Africa Retail Congress. We thank all our sponsors for aiding this event, and we hope to see you next year. From me, it's bye, Dr. Emeka Azenge, and
by the time this night is over.